God, that intro rocks. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Got quite a crowd tonight. Glad to see all of you. Hey, Hollow, Z-Mistake, Mate, Seti, Zone, Alchemy Knight, Sekti. Glad to have you. Brooks, Garrett, Strife, Chiaroscuro, Cobra Blue, Arhead, Grandmaster Burrito, Yugly, Sai Shyster, Patrick, Cartoon Critic, BWDN Force, Astroproc, Xander, Homecoming, Deadly Flood, Mac, Morning Toast, Am I just... Hello, everyone. Glad to have you. This is, as you can see, Fire Emblem Awakening. And I don't know if you had a chance to read the description, but a long time ago now, almost 2.5 years, I'm pretty sure, I was thinking about trying to work out a better way to play Lunatic Plus mode in this game. It's a pretty infamous difficulty, considered one of the hardest in the whole series. I think in some respects that's a well-earned reputation. It is very challenging, even for players who know the game really, really well. Game audio is a bit loud compared to me. Okay. Let me boost gain on my microphone then. Is it that I'm quiet or that the game is loud? Game is loud. Okay. Cut that by a bit. It could be louder. Okay. Let me go into the settings. Unfortunately, because the Nintendo PC program for Fire Emblem Awakening is different audio-wise than... Oh, wait. 2, 4. Okay, is that any better? Maybe a little bit more, or is that fine? Yeah, so I was saying my audio set balance settings for this are not the same, can't be the same as for Xenoblade, which is kind of annoying. Okay, good. All right, so we're looking at Fire Emblem Awakening. About 2.5 years ago, I was tinkering with this a little bit because I was trying to figure out a better way to play Lunatic Plus. It is a very doable difficulty, and of course, for anything I'm doing on this stream, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. I shouted out a couple in the description, but I especially owe a debt of gratitude to Kuroi TTV, who's in chat right now, for developing a lot of really awesome, consistent strats for Lunatic Plus. And before him, there was the community at Serenus Forest that did a lot of work, including Interceptor and several other people. Back in the days when no one knew how to even beat Chapter 2. At least not without just sending Fred into the middle of the fight and praying he dodges enough. So a lot has been done before me, and I'm not coming to this stream with a definite strategy in place for Chapter 1. I have something in mind for Prologue. But the point of this stream is I want to explore Chapter 1 with you guys and discuss what makes it, what's difficult about it, why is it hard to develop a consistent strategy, and I'll present Kuroi's strat basically for the first several turns, but then I want to try to figure out is there a way that we could either guarantee that we get some consistent results from the strategy, that strategy once everything breaks down, or if there's a different approach that we should take. I have no idea whether we'll actually succeed in solving anything on this stream, but I think you'll get a little bit of an insight to, well, number one, how this game works, how Lunatic Plus works, and some of the ways you can think about it, hopefully. Also, you'll be able to see a little bit of my process for how I'm planning things for stuff like my Conquest Let's Play. Where, by the way, I do have the footage for the next chapter. I'm just in the middle of writing my final script. The difference with this game compared to Conquest is Fates is a lot more consistent, but the thing I'm doing in Conquest is very stupid. So I'm not constrained by the same goals in this game. I am, of course, as I said in the description, trying to approach Lunatic Plus a little bit differently from usual. The best, most consistent way to do it is to try to feed all the resources to Robin and steamroll the game with them. But I don't think that's very fun or interesting. And I would like to work out a strategy that lets me train a group of units like Robin and Crom and Frederick and, let's say, Sumia and Sully and Virian and various other people along the way. Am I considering doing an Awakening series, or is it just a neat little experiment? For now, it's a neat little experiment. I don't think I would do anything as a long-term series anytime soon. Stream-wise, I would like to finish up Xenoblade 3, which will probably take another... At least the story will probably take another several streams. And then beyond that, I'd like to focus a little bit more on getting episodes out for the Fates playthrough more regularly. Hopefully I'll be able to do that. But I might end up coming back to this as more of a consistent project. But like I said, I don't have everything worked out ahead of time for this, so we'll do a lot of exploration. Anyway, I'm going to play this on Lunatic Plus Classic mode, although I'm actually going to use a whole bunch of save states for this exploration, so it doesn't really matter choosing Classic or Casual. In order to play Lunatic Plus, you must have beaten the game on Lunatic at least once, and because of that, you must acquire at least 260 Renown to start the file. So I'm going to limit myself to just the Renown items that you can qualify for, assuming you played the game once on Lunatic, didn't do any Prologue, just straight through the campaign, and then started Lunatic Plus after, which is not really realistic. If you've played this game like on Lunatic before, you probably either also played it on a lower difficulty or done Paralogs on Lunatic. But it is the bare minimum that you're guaranteed to have, and that's the rule set I'm going to play with. I'm also not going to use... Well, we're not even going to get to the point where this is relevant. We're only probably getting to chapter 1 today. But just for reference, I'm not going to consider things like spot pass shops or the bonus box items where you can get a whole bunch of legendary weapons at the beginning of the game. But what I'm hoping to show is that you can play this mode without doing totally degenerate strategies, and ideally we'll figure out a way to approach the early game where you have, several real units to work with, and it's not just the Robin show. Anyway, I think that's enough preamble, so let's jump in and we'll do the Premonition first. Well, I guess we'll make our avatar first. I'm going to go with male because male is cooler. For Lunatic Plus, with the normal strategies, it is better to go with female because you can marry Crom, but that's lame. I want to go with tall. I'm not going to be a child. I forget, does tall have any good faces? Not really. I'll go with the medium build. Hyper carry? Yeah. I'll talk about that as we get to the prologue. But yeah, so for asset and flaw, did I say boon and bane in the description? I guess I'm Fates pilled. For Lunatic Plus, the usual recommendation is plus speed, so you can hit the important doubling benchmarks really quickly, and minus skill because that's the least crucial stat to have. I also wrote about this in the description. I think this is fine for the main game, and that's all that it's really interesting, I think, in the long term about Awakening, more so than the post-game content. But it is still cool to consider some of the builds you might want to go for post-game. That was the thing that got me into Fire Emblem in the first place, was like learning about post-game team optimization for Awakening and Apotheosis. And in that environment, I mean, if you have every resource and all the DLC and everything available to you, you can win with whatever ramen you have. But if you want to be super restrictive and play on the, the super hard final DLC map, then the best flaw is not skill. It's actually minus defense. And then your asset, typically you're looking for like strength or magic or speed. And I would like to work out a way to do this that uses one of these combinations that's not optimal for Lunatic plus soloing with Robin, but is better for that post-game stuff, because I think it'd be cool to work out a way to do that. And I do think if you're going with the kind of style that I'm shooting for, where we're not feeding all the experience to Robin early, magic is the better asset, because you really do need to hit your one-round kill benchmark somehow. And if you're not super fast and able to take a pair-up partner who gives you plus like strength or plus magic to kill things, then your alternative is to get a partner who gives you speed and have enough magic to kill things generally. So I'm going to go with plus magic minus defense. And I'll mention now, I am running a mod that I commissioned from Mama 10 way back in the day that gives me fixed growths in this game, but it's fixed growths with a modifier. Instead of getting, 100% credit for my growth rates on every level, I'm getting 80% credit, which means if my initial growth rate isn't higher than 60, I will not gain a point in that stat on the first level. If it's 65% or higher, then I will, because 65% translates into 0.52, whereas say 60% is 0.48, less than half, so it doesn't round up. Unique magic boon for Prologue 2-turn. I do not want to try Prologue 2-turn zone. Kuroi says it's actually safer or better to train more carries than Robin. I haven't seen any of your more recent stuff. Have you been doing that in your no reset runs, or anything like that? Or is it just that you're referring to later carries like Morgan and stuff? Is that mod available anywhere? No. I might be able to ask Mama 10 if I can distribute it, but no, it's not posted anywhere. Alright, so yeah, plus magic minus defense. Sure, always use spot pass content. Why the penalty to the fixed growth? The aim is to make the strategies in the early game more replicable, so that we're not depending on getting that many favorable growths to hit the benchmarks we need. Oh, it's in his GitHub repo? Okay. Cool. Yeah, you can check out Mama 10's GitHub then. It's on there. I'm going to skip the cutscenes, sorry.
This is it. Our final battle. Listen to me.
Okay, animation's off, of course. Okay, I guess this is all fine. Yes, the advanced tech of Premonition.
On my mark.
It is possible to screw this up, kind of. You can fail to get the two-turn kill if you don't pair up.
Are you
But if you do pair up, Crom kills exactly with his silver sword. Well, I guess not technically exactly. I am running a variant of the HD textures mod that was made for this game. I think it's kind of bad overall. I've deleted a bunch of the extra textures that I think don't look very good. But I haven't put in too much effort to totally refine that. The more casual runs you do more stuff beyond Morgan and Lucina. Yeah, this is not going to be a reset list run at all. And in fact, part of what I'm doing in the prologue, where I'm going to try to not do the water trick, is I'm going to look for certain configurations for skills and hope that we get a favorable one. Now, Lunatic Plus does have that a bad reputation because there's a lot that comes down to just avoiding bad skill combinations on the enemies. I don't think that's especially true, in that there are definitely ways to beat even the early maps that do not depend on good skill combinations, but beating this fast without using the water trick is a nightmare with certain skills loadouts. So let's change our layout here, shall we? Oh, it's just somewhere in the depths of Discord. So I got some notes on screen. If you're watching this on mobile, I apologize. It's not going to be very readable for you, but if you're following along on your PC, maybe you can read this. And if you recognize what format this is in, you might identify what flavor of nerd I truly am. Anyway, so on this map, I'm going to basically try to charge up the middle, and to do that, I need to check certain things. Like the mage up top, I don't want to have Vantage Plus, and he doesn't, so that's good. The Elwyn Mage shouldn't have Vantage Plus either, that's bad. So this is basically dead already, because there's about a 6.5% chance that I'll succeed if he has Vantage Plus. Where's the Lunatic? But that's the main thing I'm looking for. So no Vantage Plus here. And this one, as long as he doesn't have both Vantage Plus and Luna Plus, or Magic Plus 2. For the Barbarians, I don't want to see both of them having Luna Plus. I don't want all three of these enemies to have Luna Plus, and they don't, just barely. And otherwise, I think it's fine as far as skills. Yeah, so the last 4 points here are about hit rates and stuff. So basically, to summarize, I'm looking for 4 things: not having Luna Plus on all 3 of these enemies, and then not having Luna Plus on both Barbarians at the top, not having Vantage Plus on this mage, and not having both Vantage Plus and a damage boosting skill on this mage. Unfortunately, we do have Vantage Plus on this one, so reset time. And that's the trade-off I'm making for not doing the water trick. With the water trick, you can have a much higher success rate. It's just obnoxious and takes like 50 plus turns. And this will do like, I don't know, 20 something.
Shall we then?
Luna Plus, not Luna Plus. Good. That's good. That's fine. Okay, this is runnable, I believe. Okay, so first things first, Crom runs over here, equips his rapier, and waits.
Right.
Lissa trades her vulnerary to Robin. Pairs up. Lissa and Robin go onto the safe space. Oh, the notes go further by far, yeah. And
shall we then?
Brad moves up exactly 4 spaces. So one approach to this map is to just have Fred wipe out the Myrmidon directly. The only problem with that is it makes the enemy movement kind of random in a way that's not good. So because we don't see Luna Plus on all 3 enemies on the left here, we can just wait here and not take out one of them on player phase. Are those just written in Obsidian using LaTeX, or are you just straight up using LaTeX? I'm straight up typing in LaTeX. It's mostly plain text anyway. Okay. This Myrmidon does not have Luna Plus, so when Crom runs to the left and heal himself with his... he doesn't have to heal himself, rather. Yeah. Oh yeah, I do have the voice lens mod as well. Okay. Robin goes to the space below Frederick. He attacks one of the barbs. Neither of them have Hawkeye, so that's good. Well, Hawkeye and Pass. We'll take out this one. The Luna. Wait. Yeah, I'll take out the Luna Plus one. Okay, and then Fred pairs with Crom, which simultaneously makes Crom not die instantly to the Barbarian and not die instantly to the Myrmidon, and gives Crom enough strength to kill on the counterattack. Okay, following along here. Since this guy went around the south, I should say side. Yeah, so because the mage went down and around, we have a safe zone up here to work with.
Are you ready?
So he goes, and because he has a movement bonus from Fred, he's always able to get out of range. Trade both weapons to Fred. Do I remember why I'm doing all this? No, not necessarily. It's been a while since I've looked at this. Switch, and we want to heal up Fred, so we'll transfer Robin over and heal. Robin's Bane and Boon are, yeah, plus magic, minus defense.
Listen. Yeah.
Alyssa heals Fred again. Oh yeah, so I didn't want Robin the dual strike. We take the... Okay, yeah, and this is why it's important not to have Vantage Plus, because I think we're gonna give Crom this kill, right? Or no, we're gonna give Robin this kill. But since he doesn't have Vantage Plus, and Fred will hit and weaken him enough, then Robin will be able to kill with the following attack. So, Bronze-Sword. Have Crom. Take Robin. Robin switches. Rom takes the tome back. He kills the mage with it. Just barely. And this is where having Magic Boon is actually crucial for this one. Okay, so yeah, that's my way of dealing with the first wave, and from here, it's not strictly necessary to like avoid the bad skills on these units up here. You could, in fact, just do the water trick from now, it wouldn't be as efficient at feeding all the experience to Robin, but we did a pretty good job. We got him all like 3 out of 4 kills, 3 out of 5, I guess, and 1 kill on Crom. So if you're not aware, the water trick is to use the fact that only Robin and Crom can walk on the water tiles on this map. So you can have them carry Lissa and Frederick out there onto basically specifically these tiles, but especially these two. And then you can fight off the mage at 2 range, and then use the fact that there's an extra extension where an extra long path that the grounded enemies have to run along to get around this way, to kite them back and forth while you just drop your teammates to either side. And just work. There's some tinkering you have to do, but basically you maneuver such that you isolate each of the ground enemies in turn, and then you get everyone back in the middle of the water, and you just shoot them with Robin over and over again until they die. So Robin ends up getting like 30 to 45 experience just from shooting them before he gets the kill, and then 45 experience or so from the kill. And if you feed all the kills to him, then you can get to about level 6 or 7. If you do that same trick, which is also possible in this area against the opening wave of 5 enemies, you can give even more kills to Robin and get him to about level 8. So yeah, I'm not going to do the full-blown water trick, but we are going to do that for, at least as I recall, we're going to do that for the initial engagement, as Kuroi is saying. Okay, so Robin runs east. I'm going to avoid the sparkly tiles, by the way. There's no reason not to pick these up, but I'm just not going to go for them for consistency's sake. Lissa heals Robin. And we'll separate our other characters as well.
Let's go.
All right. So yeah, Robin's going to head to this corner here, and we're going to prepare to walk out onto the water, basically just to pull the mage initially in a way that will separate him from the melee units. Yeah, let's see heals. And that's the end of that turn. And then Robin steps out in the water, and Lissa heals Crom again. That's Lissa's getting a level. Actually, the main problem with Lissa is we don't want to use too much of her heal staff too early until we get the replacement, which will be in chapter 3.
As one.
Okay, so Crom stands here, northeast of the bottom right fruit stall. Oh, well, that's getting ahead of ourselves, I guess. Okay, so Crom stands there. Lissa heals Fred. And Fred and everyone else just wait. Lissa heals Fred again.
My steel is yours.
We'll move Fred next to Crom. Everyone else waits. And now we're ready. So what we're going to try to do is use Fred to pull the first Myrmidon here. And use Robin to pull the Elthunder Mage. Luckily, this Elthunder Mage does not have focus, which could boost his crit rate, which would be annoying, but Elthunder by itself has an 8 crit, so he has a decent crit chance, and we do not have the luck to totally mitigate that, unfortunately. Hey, Axolotl, thanks for coming. Right. So, to set that up, Fred goes to this spot. This is in range of the Myrmidon, but not in range of the Mage. He takes all of Crom's items because we're not trying to get extra damage out of this. So we don't want Crom to dual strike. And he equips the Silver Lance. Yeah. Crom waits where he is. Lissa pairs up with Robin. Gives him a little bit of extra luck, which is nice. And Robin walks up one. Nice. Okay. Oh, we even dodged the mage. That's great. Did Crom just unequip his weapon? Yeah, it's just easier to not screw it up by just taking his weapons away. Period. Okay. So now we've got a mage way over here who we can run away from because we can walk across the water and then drop Lissa. In the meantime, we've got the melee enemies pulled separately. So now we can hopefully take down all 3 of these before the mage gets back around. So Fred kills the next Myrmidon. And you might think it's kind of a shame to give kills to Fred. I don't think that's true. I mean, if you're going for the full-on water trick, then sure, you want to give everything to Robin. But it's really, really helpful if Fred can get just a couple extra stat points. Like 1 extra point of speed would be great. So if he can get that with 1 or 2 levels early on, that's a pretty tremendous boost for him. And use Fred. He's there to help you. That's something I did not know when I played Awakening, or even Awakening Lunatic the first time, I don't know, 11 years ago. Yeah, use Fred. He's good. And he gets tanked by this Myrmidon as well. It's great. And 1-shots. Oh yeah, and the reason why we don't want Crom to have his swords is because we're trading to make Fred equip the bronze sword, and if you trade and then forget to unequip after, you'll automatically equip whatever weapons at the top of your inventory. So yeah, this is just avoiding the dual strikes more consistently. Because with the bronze sword, Fred should set up kills that our other units can take. Pair up there. Let's just check the range this way. And Robin drops Lissa here. We've got a pretty favorable matchup with the rest of the enemies here, because none of them have damage boosting skills. They don't have Luna Plus or even Magic Plus 2. Just Hawkeye and Pass and Vantage Plus, which is easier to work around, I think. Although any skill combination at this point, as long as they didn't have both have Luna Plus, both Barbs having Luna Plus would make them a threat to Fred. That's why we didn't want that. But since they don't both have it, he'll be fine. Anyway, so we're going to back away from the mage a little bit more. Fred goes 1 south and 3 east. And he switches to Crom, who takes back both the falchion and the rapier, equips the falchion, and waits. Okay, so Crom has 16 attack. The barbarians have 15 HP and 1 defense, so he should kill them. If for whatever reason he missed, Fred would be able to back him up. Although they only have 16 avoid and Crom has 96 hit plus support bonuses, so I think he's guaranteed to kill them. We're gonna get the bronze sword back on Robin. Basically anytime we can, we would rather get sword experience on Robin than tome experience, because you don't get high level tomes quickly in this game. But there is a C rank sword that Robin can eventually use that may be very helpful, and that's the Levin sword, which you get from Renown. So we'll take back the bronze sword. And then just wait. And Lissa would heal Robin, but he dodged the mage, so she can just stand here. So now Crom should kill both barbarians. And that's a first level on Crom, who gets nothing but HP and luck because of our fixed growth mod. But we're setting up for a beautiful second level, I promise. Okay. So for the mage, I believe we just want to back up a little bit more. Yeah, we'll go about... This one has passed, so it's actually easy to see where it's going. We'll put Robin at the very end of the range, with Elthunder equipped, or Thunder equipped, rather. Lissa heals Robin again if necessary from the right. Crom goes below Robin, unequips. Switches to Fred. Fred gives Crom to Robin. He waits. So with this combined support bonuses, I believe that nullifies the crit from the mage. So we'd be guaranteed to survive this attack. Okay. Lissa heals Robin, so that he should survive the next attack with Vantage Plus. We'll move Fred here for the extra support bonus, and then Robin goes here and kills the mage with the sword. That's level 3 for Robin, and we're also through all the enemies except for the boss. Who I didn't really check. The boss has Hawkeye Luna Plus, who's going to deal a lot of damage. Oh, and he has Gamble. Perfect. It's going to be... I guess we're lucky that we didn't have to heal so much with Lissa. We're saving some heal uses for later. Okay.
Time to tip the scales.
Alright, so Robin goes here. He's still in range of Lissa. Lissa heals him. Goes here. Okay. I want to heal Crom.
We can do it.
Robin here, Fred here. Now we go to this spot. Again, I'm avoiding the sparkly tile on purpose. Heal Robin back to full. Okay, and here's my notes on fighting the boss. With Luna Plus
Here's how it's done.
and no defensive bonuses, he would deal... I guess it's... Wait. With Thunder, so we don't get Weapon Triangle. He would deal an extra 2 damage, half of Robin's defense, rounded down. So if Robin hadn't gained defense or HP, then he would be one-shot by Garrick with Luna. But he has gained at least one of those, so he'll be okay. And this is a reset list. This is not reset list at all, Doga. The bosses with Gamble have them preset. Okay. We can still negate the boss's crit, right? That's the whole deal with the double, I guess triple pair or triple support bonuses. Because with 3 support bonuses from 2 adjacent partners and a pair partner, you get plus 10 dodge, right? Anyway, let's equip Thunder, and we'll stand in the boss's range, and we won't die even with Crom support. But as the notes say, if we needed extra bulk, then we could have Fred behind us instead.
As one.
Okay, I will also point out I have a 3% crit chance, which I don't want. We'll hope we don't get that. Okay. So, as I've written here, if the boss has both Vantage Plus and Luna Plus, then we have to back off and heal Robin back to full and tank again, unless he dodged. And
Time to tip the scales.
I think for the sake of demonstration, I'm going to go ahead and do that. So even though we could potentially do something different, we'll back off and heal Robin back to full.
Come on.
That will mean we get more experience on Lissa at the cost of spending more of her heal staff.
Let's go.
I will always get hit, by the way, because of Hawkeye, so there's no chance I don't take 19 damage. But the boss has been hit twice. So
I'm so sorry.
we're going to separate, and basically we're going to try to give Crom some experience. So we give Crom the bronze sword. Drop Crom in the water. Also heals Robin. Yeah, as I've written here, could use up to 18 of the heal staff's 30 charges. I'm going to try to conserve a few, so I'm not going to use them all. Because the boss doesn't have Vantage Plus, I don't need Robin to be at full HP to take the final kill. Although it would be safer, just in case Robin were to miss somehow. I'll do a save state, though. But I think on balance it's probably best to preserve a few more heal uses just in case. Although it may work out that we don't need more than 12 for the next 2 chapters. Okay. So Crom pairs with Lissa. And because Crom is awesome, he doesn't die to the boss, like with his bases the way that Robin would. He is facing a crit chance, which is slightly unfortunate, but we'll live with it. Okay. Now Fred takes the bronze sword back. And he also grabs Lissa.
We can do it.
And Robin goes above Fred, takes the bronze sword. He should be able to kill with that. Yeah. And we do want him to get the bonus from veterans, so he pulls Lissa and then takes the kill. And there we go. That's Prologue. With Robin reaching level 4, and Crom leveled up, and Fred got a couple of kills, and Lissa got to level 3. And 22 turns. We could have done that slightly faster if we hadn't, played a couple things more conservatively, but I really like this strat. I think it's, yes, there's a lot of downtime spent healing, but aside from that, there's some pretty clean combat engagements against all the roaming enemies. I think it's pretty fun. Okay, so on to the main event. Again, I have no idea if we'll even beat this chapter. I do know ways to beat it, and I have some notes on how to get started, which are basically ripped off wholesale from Kuroi's strat. But after the first several turns, it all devolves into a kind of melee, which I guess we'll check it out. Whoops. I set up some shortcuts to do this, but it's the Lucina map, Pog. If only we got to have Marth as an ally on this map, honestly. All right, so this map, and there's only 8 enemies, so it doesn't look like that much of a challenge, but there's a couple things we'd like to do. Basically, we'd like to get some levels on Crom and Robin, not just Robin. And this is an Awakening classic of a map where all the enemies just rush toward you immediately. And on Lunatic Plus, they are very, very scary. And there's not a lot of safe spaces, and you can't really fight more than 2 enemies at a time. So, the strategy that I know is about taking a first engagement on this fort and then kind of backing up towards the northeast corner of the map, and then getting the enemies to follow you through the woods here, and then going out this way and kind of kiting them across to the other side later. So we'll see how that goes, and we'll talk about where that leaves us.
My steel is yours.
Pair Fred into Robin first.
Let's do it.
Robin goes onto the fort. I'm going to hope that there's not anything actually useful on this tile. Shouldn't really materially change anything. I'll just throw it away if I get something good, but I might get experience or weapon experience or something, which would be slightly annoying. Robin removes his weapons and switches, and Fred attacks the barbarian using the Silver Lance. And what that does, okay, extra training for Fred, it's fine.
As one.
It sets up a kill for Robin, because now Crom can go over here. Pulls Robin from the right. Now, Robin can take the kill, or if he misses, Crom can potentially back him up with a dual strike. And Lissa moves, according to the notes from Kuroi, apparently 3 tiles down is better than 4.
Captain
Hold.
We do get Sully and Virion. On Lunatic Plus, Virion has one very, very important property, which is that he has a strictly 2-range weapon, which both lets him chip melee enemies and also prevents him from counterattacking at 1 range, which is not helpful now, but could be very helpful in the future. So I'm not going to focus too much on this map, but I do want to give Virion some training as well. Sully is fine. Her bases are workable. One of her problems here is that the most dangerous enemies on this map have axes, and she matches up badly against that. But Cavalier parrot bonuses by themselves are pretty good. Get a bit of strength, skill, speed, and defense. I guess one thing I should mention is, if you're not familiar with how parrot bonuses work in Awakening, there are a set of bonuses defined by your class. Like Sully gives these bonuses right now because she's a Cavalier. And then as you get support ranks, these bonuses that are defined by the class get increased by +1 or +2. So with +1 at C and B support, or +2 at A and S support. So if Sully had an S support or an A support with Virion, she'd be giving 4 strength, 3 skill, 3 speed, and 4 defense just because of her class and her support rank. The other mechanic that influences pair-up bonuses is the pair-up unit's own unmodified stats, by which I mean their personal stats and their class stats, but not any of these other bonuses that might be affecting them, like tonics or pair-up bonuses. So anything listed in this column, 7, 9, 6, 7, any of these. Once you reach... I want to make sure I have my facts right. Once you reach 10 in a particular stat, you will give an extra point in that stat when you pair up, even if your class wouldn't normally give that pair-up bonus. So Fred, because he comes with 10 or more strength, 10 or more skill, 10 or more speed, and 10 or more defense, will give an extra +1 in every one of those stats to anyone he pairs up with. The normal pair-up bonuses for Great Knight are +3 strength and +3 defense and +1 move, but Fred's giving 4 strength, 1 skill, 1 speed, 4 defense. That's part of what makes Fred such a great unit to start with, because he gives those extra little bonuses to everyone he pairs with. No one else has 10 in anything, although Crom is not that far off from getting 10 in speed, which would also be very helpful. So one of the things we'd be aiming for is about level 4 or 5 on Crom to have a good chance of getting to 10 speed, and thereby giving an extra speed pair-up bonus. One of the key things you might notice if you ever look at the enemy stat distributions in early Awakening is that there's a couple of fast units on the early maps. Like there might be mercenaries who are above 11 or so speed, or myrmidons. But basically from the beginning of the game until chapter 8 or so, aside from the small handful of fast enemies, nobody has more than about 11 or maybe 12 speed. So if you can put together through growths or pair-up bonuses, or I guess those are basically your two options. But if you can get to about 16 or 17 speed, then your units become much, much stronger. But there's not much of a jump beyond that. It's like that's the critical benchmark for being able to double most enemies. And if you can get there, suddenly your combat options really open up. So one of the advantages to spreading experience and not focusing it all into Robin, and instead giving some to Crom, is we're more likely to get a unit who can give extra speed like that and get to one of those speed benchmarks faster. Crom has higher base speed. He also has a better speed growth unless you take plus speed boon on Robin. And I mean, Crom even has decent chances to get to 10 strength and 10 skill fairly soonish. Donald training arc is very long arc. Yeah, that was one of the things I was kicking around when I was first thinking about this a long time ago, was, could I get to a point where Donald training is feasible? And I think it is. If you train up enough of the rest of the squad to have like 5 or 6 reasonably good units to work with, then Donald training is not nearly as much of a burden as it would be otherwise. Anyway, that was a lot of talking before I even got to turn 2. One of the great things Virion brings is an elixir. He has 99 HP. So just in case we need that in an emergency. He's going to trade that to Fred. And then unequip his bow. And then pair up. Again, we don't want dual strikes in this situation. Fred goes right here and he waits. And with the woods bonus and the bonus from Virion, I believe it works out so that we're away from the hammer fighter, but I believe it works out so that even if all three of these guys have Luna Plus, which they don't, but I believe he lives regardless. He lives through all three Luna Pluses. If you're good at Awakening, are you able to make the pair-up guard and attack chances feel less like gambling? I would say no. I mean, there are ways to maximize your chances. Doubling is important, and Prom in particular has Dual Strike Plus, which makes him more feasible, and just like building up your support ranks efficiently does make Dual Strikes more reliable. And I do think if you're playing Awakening at all, you need to embrace the randomness a little bit. I'm avoiding that for now and like specifically taking people, unequipping people in the back so they don't dual strike and things like that. But in general, I think the way the game plays is it's very much built around getting those random events, getting crits, getting dual strikes, getting things that help you clear the enemies a little bit faster. Because otherwise, there's a lot of huge swarms of enemies and they're hard to clear without some of those things going your way. And yeah, dual guard is not very fixable. You can't make it reliable anyway. Alright, what am I doing? Robin goes 3 tiles up, right, and 1 up, and drops Prom downward. And Sully pairs with Lissa, who gets out of the way. So this mercenary survives because he's in a forest, but the bottom mercenary should die to Fred's counterattack, because he's also set up to one-shot the sword units on this chapter too. And then, yeah, so the boss is closing in. He's the only one with a ranged weapon aside from this one archer. And he's the main source of randomness that makes this, I guess I would call it, hard to replicate turn by turn, because he can go north, he can go this way, and depending on what he does, you can have a problem. In fact, I think my notes right here only cover the boss going north. Kuroi, I know you have something written up about him going east. I don't want to deal with that. Let's see. Okay, so Cromdor ends up with Robin, and we can use these pair-up techniques to help get out of range of most of the enemies through the woods a little bit faster, because by transferring and dropping people at strategic positions, we can gain extra movement through the woods that we wouldn't have just by walking. So Robin runs up next to Sully. Again, we're always looking for opportunities to use our sword, and we can use that on the counterattack to kill the mercenary who's down to 1 HP. So he takes the sword, he transfers Crom away. Fred goes below Lissa, transfers Virion to Lissa, and then pairs with Robin. So even if Robin were to miss somehow, Fred could dual strike. Lissa goes diagonally this way and drops Virion into the woods to the north. And Sully's able to carry Crom and drop him at the north edge of the map. Okay. So the boss did go north, and I think that's what usually happens. Yeah, that's what we'll work with. It's so weird that Virion and Fred support, but it's such a natural pair in gameplay. It's incredibly useful for Fred in particular. Fred is made for Virion in particular. Virion is made dramatically better by the fact that he supports Fred, I think. You can see the end of the notes, very exciting. Although there are some more stuff I'm going to refer to Kuroi's notes for. Okay, so we've got a couple of fighters running up the lane on the right, and then one a little bit higher, slightly left of them, and then this archer over here, and then the boss normally goes basically straight north up this way. And our goal now will be to take out the boss. So we'll move our units over here to engage him in a minute, while the rest of the foot units over here are stuck trudging through the woods.
Come on.
So he goes up, Robin goes up to Sully, transfers Fred to her, and then pairs up with Lissa. Lissa goes 4 west and 1 north, which is in the boss's range. He equips Thunder and uses a vulnerary. Marion takes and drops Lissa. Sully unequips. Goes above Robin and switches. And then Fred transfers Sully to Robin. I guess I probably wanted the vulnerary on Fred and not Crom, but I think this will be fine. And the point there is Sully gives Robin the stats he needs to survive the boss, so we don't have to use Fred for that. And that means we can have Fred attack independently. And Crom just steps south. He's going to unequip. Although thinking about it, it may be fine to just have Crom take this fight now. Normally you unequip, but I forget why. Yeah, I wonder. Because I think... Was it something to do with AI behavior or something? I don't think so. We'll save state here. We'll come back to this, maybe. We'll have him fight. I think that may have just been a Robin experience optimization thing, but we're not going for that. Strength, skill, speed, and luck. You started having him equipped? Cool. But there's Robin to level 5. That's good. And all the fighters are lining up behind Crom. So at this point, if it weren't for the archer, this would actually be pretty easy to handle, because we can just basically kite the fighters around the map and probably take them all out with a combination of Chip from Virion and Fred and Crom and Robin, after we deal with the boss anyway. But because we have the archer here, we have to, like, and he's way closer, we have to deal with him first, which complicates the rest of the map, and I think is a big contributor to why it's so hard to work out a solid strategy for everything else. Anyway,
for victory.
So what we're going to do now is have Virion pair with Fred, and that should make him always survive the boss, even if he has Luna. Fred attacks from above. We do need him to hit this. I think also importantly, lets Fred survive the archer as well. And the archer has 10 speed, Lissa has 5, but if she gets Crom pair up, then she doesn't get doubled, and she has 18 HP and 3 defense. The archer has 17 attack, it potentially deal 1 extra damage with Luna. Wait. Yeah. So Lissa would always survive with Crom pair up. So Lissa can stand right here and heal Robin. And now Robin can go... Save state again. This is the ideal spot to attack from because you get the extra support bonus from Fred. We're going to take a hit probably because of Vantage Plus, but we should kill with our Thunder Tome. Hey, we dodged. Okay, so D-Tomes and the boss is down, but now we have to eliminate the archer. Virion kind of stinky long-term on normal or hard mode. Very stinky. So this setup with these 4 enemies in a square, I think, is not always what happens, which is one of the difficulties with writing down a strategy for this mission. I think there are cases where you can have some of them like trailing in different spots. So I think if I load state and just like execute that same attack again, we'll see if they do anything different. That time it was the same. It might be that because of their specific positions now, they always go to the same spots. I just want to check, so I'll do a couple more times. I'm not sure exactly when the enemy randomized movement is decided. I talked with Momoten about this a while ago. My suspicion is it's probably like decided on during the user interaction loop, like every frame while you're able to move your characters around, it just changes the number that determines the movement. And this might be a situation where they always end up in this configuration. So, I don't know. We'll try one more time just to see. Okay, yeah, near as I can tell from what we're getting so far, they're always going in this formation. Although, did we have... Wait, did we have the full health fighter going in the same spot? I wasn't checking. Full health is above. This is kind of the tedious sort of trial and error you gotta do sometimes to just check this stuff. No. Okay, so they could change spots. That's a complication. Good to know. All right. Okay. So I think like obviously we don't have enough resources on hand to just be able to attack straight up and go just fight the enemies right now. We need to run away. Also, Lissa can't take another hit, so we need to work out a way to let her avoid that. And okay, yeah, Kurai has notes on this one. Cat has completed L+ Iron Man as well. I don't think that's ever something I'm going to try. Okay, so on this turn, to get Lissa out of dodge now, the trick is we move Fred up and left, not his full movement, just so 6 tiles total. Switch to Virion. And then we transfer Lissa away. Let me just check. Has 16... Yeah. Should always live. I don't think he needs to heal. And Robin can run away. And I think one of the questions we want to do a save state at this point. The general recommendation for the Iron Man strat is to go south. The idea being you pull, potentially, it doesn't always work this way, but potentially you can pull one of the enemies this, like down this way towards you, like maybe this one. So the archer will always go over and try to attack Crom if he's in range, but we may be able to draw this guy in a different direction. I don't know if that's what we want to do, have a consistent method though. Well, let's see what happens if we do that. This does give us the option to have Robin and Sully go far away. Like they could even go back to the original fort we were on and start healing for free on that, which would be nice. Because Sully could ride over and drop Robin onto it. And the rest of the team can escape now because Virian's 3 tiles away from the archer and Crom's movement is boosted by Fred. So they can both get out of range. So this seems like a promising way to do it, but let's see if the enemies always move in the same way or if they end up going different directions. Oh. No, they don't. So that's another difficulty here. So what I'm hoping to avoid is like having a giant flowchart where you have all these, like 12 different cases you have to handle with like different specific things to do. And I don't know how to do that. And I think that's the sticking point for this chapter, at least in terms of making a turn-by-turn guide for it. Another thing we could try is going west, maybe over here, and just seeing if that results in a different pattern. I mean, something like this looks really promising right now if we could always replicate it this way, but then again, like these two might change positions. But if we have like one really weak fighter and one who's at higher HP or even full HP, maybe there's something we can work with in that department where we have Robin and Sully go off somewhere on their own. Let's look. Yeah, so same deal. Sometimes they just decide to go on the northeast path, and sometimes they decide to go this way. And that's the real issue. Maybe there's something different we could try with the placement of Sully, perhaps? What if we go just this way? That's not always the same. This guy in back seems to be particularly troublesome. He's wild. He doesn't know where he wants to go. He just flips a coin. And there's nowhere I could stand in range of a fighter that's not also in range of the archer, which is not good. Does Sully live the archer? She should. Let me work with that. Or have Robin fight the archer? I would want to expect to plan without flowcharting. There's going to be a certain amount of flowcharting here, I think, because the boss movement is random for one thing, and I think there's inevitably going to be some like different cases to work with. But the question is really just how do we engineer a situation that doesn't have literally dozens of different combinations. Yeah, Kuroi's advice is go south and unpair. And I think that's the best in terms of just approaching the map in general. You could go this way even, get a little further away. And that would... But that doesn't quite let you get back to the farthest fort. Let's still get to this one. If we go there, do we get any difference in terms of the movement? Not especially. Robin gets destroyed by Luna Plus. Although not with Sully, interestingly. Right? Because he'll take... Wait, with Luna Plus, he would take... He would effectively have 4 defense with Sully instead of listed 6. So yeah, he would still die. Is there any advantage to be gained from, say, leaving Sully in range? The difficulty with that is now we've got an archer in the middle of the map covering a lot more territory. And if he were to attack from the north, we would be actually cut off. We wouldn't be able to escape him. So I think that's basically a no-go. We definitely need to make sure the archer ends up on the side of the map. Can Robin be the one in range? That has at least the virtue of counterattacking, but again, same problem. Now we're stuck. Basic principles as to how enemies can decide to move would help a lot. It's hard to say exactly. I think they tend to move towards people they see good damage against. It's a decent general idea. But I don't know what else to do from this position because it just seems like I can't put... I think I have to get this out of range, obviously, and this seems like a great way to do it because if we just do it according to the conventional strat, then yes, the archer will always go up here and we'll always be able to run away from him. And therefore, we should always be in a position where we can regroup down south and set up for whatever we want to do for the rest of the map. And maybe that is just a thing we do, but because these other fighters can decide to do different stuff, it's hard to come up with like any real turn-by-turn method for this. What if you move southeast with Robin to a tile that only the archer can reach and then drop Sully below him? And that way we keep the archer away from the rest of the team. And we can run away with Sully? That's true. Not a bad idea. Crom tank both of these guys at full HP. With Fred. If they don't have Luna, yes. They do have Luna, so no. One of them does, anyway. You wouldn't kill the... well... So this one in back, I guess, is guaranteed to be more wounded. So if we could consistently get a setup like this, then maybe we could viably back into the corner with, like, Crom here, Crom on this spot, and then Lissa behind him healing him back up. And just get the two... like, Crom would not kill this fighter in one shot without a dual strike, which is good. We just unequip Fred. And I believe the AI will work so that it won't suicide with this fighter before it attacks using this one. Let's check that real quick.
Stay calm.
So what if we just ride away, put Robin on the fort for some healing, Bomb here, heal. I forgot to unequip Fred, but let's not worry about that right now. Okay. Yeah, so the healthier fighter goes for Crom first. It's interesting. I have to keep in mind that this could be the full health, could have been the full health fighter, not the one he'd already fought. But at that rate, you might have something cooking. Awakening AI tends to not care if it dies, but will mostly act in deployment order unless it sees lethal. Okay. So that, I don't know what... L cycling in this game, does that indicate deployment order? I didn't think it did. Or maybe it does. But it looks like perhaps both this fighter and this fighter are ahead of this fighter, so that might be good. Is Nos tanking allowed in this run? I'm not going to get Nos for a long time, so it's not really a question of whether it's allowed. It does go through order. Okay. Actually, one of the things I detest about Engage, how the unit cycling doesn't go through movement or unit order. It's just relative to where your cursor is. I mean, it makes more sense for navigation, I guess, but it's not useful information. Okay. Let's try that again. So that was... No, I think there is a danger here because... Oh, right. Robin actually dodged the boss, right? And that's why he's at good HP, but normally you wouldn't be able to put him in attack range. But Robin only had to dodge the boss because it had advantage plus, right? Didn't it? Yeah. So maybe in a situation where the boss doesn't have advantage plus, then you can get away with this. Might also depend on the skills on the archer. Alright, well, let's check that out again. Just see if the enemy formation is similar. It is, although the healthy fighter went for Crom this time. It's interesting. And I think that might mean that if we did the same thing... So last time, I'm pretty sure what happened was we put Robin here, and both the fighter and the archer went towards him. But I think the distances will work out now so that this fighter would also converge on the team over here, which might be bad.
Stay calm.
Yeah. So that's not good because we don't have enough survivability, and we don't have the ability to run away from all three fighters. Okay. Okay, so that doesn't seem like it's going to work. Well, it'll work to the extent that we could still run away with Crom and Virian instead of trying to fight the incoming fighters at melee range in the corner. Now they all went in that direction. Okay. We'd always be able to run this way and get out of there. It's just that we can't necessarily leave the team up there. We tried making Sully the target for the archer. Actually have not. But that probably makes sense because I don't really need, well, I guess there's a chance I might need Sully to just tank a hit later in the map, but it's probably better to leave Robin at higher HP. And that would mean we're not worried about Vantage Plus on the boss necessarily as well. Oh, and then they swarm Sully. Ooh. Now that is interesting. Let's try that again. Because if they all go for Sully, except for one of the fighters, then we could... That looks really promising. Because Sully can still get to this fort, which is good. And we could... So if they're always in positions like this, what we could do then is we could run away with Robin and Sully to the fort, get some free healing on Robin. And because the archer is still to the left of these guys, we could actually have Virian and Fred. Let me think. Is there... I guess there's not a perfect way to work that out, but... we could have Virian go here, equip his bow, drop Lissa. Transfer. So then we have Virian fight the archer alongside Fred, which is a good thing in general. We do want to get support between Virian and Fred. I was hoping this fighter would also go south towards Sully and Robin. Because then we could just run straight south with all three of these units and not have to worry about him. This makes an easy kill for Robin, which is nice. Okay. Now, I think one important question here is, like, I tried resetting from an earlier state to see if any of the fighters didn't occupy these squares. I think I've seen situations where they don't do that, but maybe it depends on their earlier movements. But an important question then is this square right here always one that can be hit by the archer but nobody else? That's like the critical square here, because that's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 away from the fort. We can always reach it by pairing up and dropping. Now the weakest fighter went that way, which means we won't get a cheap kill for Robin fighting him downward. But still, do this. Virion, drop Alyssa. Make sure he has the bow equipped. Forgot to unequip Fred, but didn't matter. Huh. Okay, there might be something there, but it looks like if we're trying to make the enemy movement consistent, we can't necessarily take Robin and Sully to the fort. Because sometimes we have a fighter go after them and sometimes we don't. Is this normally how you outline your plays for Conquest 2? To a degree, although, like I said towards the beginning of the stream, Conquest is a lot more deterministic in general. But the enemy movement is not really, but the combat outcomes are more deterministic, and the way the enemies are placed and the AI they have and the way the maps work in general is very different from Awakening. Because a lot of Conquest involves more or less static enemy positions that you have to break into, and you can mostly go on your own time to do that, whereas in Awakening, a lot of the maps just send huge groups of enemies right at you, and you have to deal with them all at once, and then you have to account for all the different possibilities and how they move and everything. So it's much easier to work out a turn-by-turn solution to any given map in Conquest than in Awakening, I think. Right, what if we send Sully down, drop Robin, Sully baits the archer. Oh, they all went towards Sully now. It still seems to guarantee that we get this spot where we can put Fred to shoot the archer once, which is good. That also mean we could... That's that position right there. If Sully's in this spot, we could also potentially get a heal off with Lissa on someone. Maybe? Because then we could just park Virion there. I think Virion needs Fred though, because he only has 5 speed. He gets doubled by the archer without at least +1 speed bonus. I was hoping there'd be a way that we could have Virion wait instead of just dropping Lissa and then have Lissa, or have Sully pull Lissa and have her heal someone, but we don't have anyone available who we could actually heal with Lissa. Unless... I think because the Awakening AI just cares about damage more, it'll go for Robin in this case, yeah. And there we go. We got 3 fighters all going north this time. So what I like about this setup so far is we always have this guaranteed spot where we can set up Virion to fight the archer, and we can always get everyone else out of range of the fighters. maybe there's a way we work with that so we don't care too much about specifically where the fighters go. But it seems like the move that's probably optimal if you're just playing to win the map, no matter where the fighters go, is to have Robin pair into Sully and go to the fort and get healed. While we set up this whole thing. In this particular setup, we're going to have a bunch of fighters who all converge on Virion. Which is great for Robin. He can just chill over there. Hey, Grift. Am I going to do an Awakening playthrough like my Conquest one? I don't plan to extend this anytime soon. For streams, I'm planning to get back to Xenoblade and take that through the end, and then hopefully devote a little bit more time to the Conquest playthrough. But I consider doing this as a kind of stream series after Xenoblade is done. So with this setup, yeah, I think we saw, well, we should be able to have Virion fight with Fred one more time, right? Because he'll do 13 damage again, and the Archer does a maximum of 7 plus 12 damage with Luna, which he doesn't have. And that would mean Lissa should always be able to go south 5, deal with Lissa, have Crom run away. And that's pretty promising. I just don't think we can necessarily bring Sully and Robin over here if we're expecting to have the same kinds of actions every turn. Oh wait, did I... Oh, the Archer had to go through woods. We couldn't actually go that far. Interesting. See, I think this setup is great. Like, if we could ever guarantee that this weakened fighter would be on this spot, then I think we'll try it again. But I think he'll just always go down towards Sully and Robin at the fort, and that would mean we pull the Archer away to the left, we pull these fighters away this way. We just get a free kill on a weakened fighter with Robin. And he can even stand on the fort and use a sword, so he doesn't even have to. Yeah, he might take damage from that, but he gets free sword experience and a kill. So that would be ideal. I would love to make this always happen. I just don't think we can. I do want to check if we get this case, though. Does he always run south? Let me change up the equipment here so I don't have to do it every time. So he did go south towards Robin that time. But not that time. Okay, so no, it doesn't. Frustrating. Alright. Is there anything we can work with due to the fact that this Archer's kind of stuck in the woods? Doesn't seem that way. He still outranges all his allies, though, so we still have this one spot at the corner where we could bait with Virion one more time. Oh, but he's not in the woods, so Virion kills. Huh. I don't particularly want that to happen. Could probably move Sully Robin closer if you want him to go further down. Virian got a kill, so the strat is perfect. I'm not opposed to giving Virian experience, certainly. I just don't think we want it on this map, because we'd really like to get some extra levels on Robin and Crom here. I wonder what my old notes said. Yeah, so to give some perspective, I think what I'm trying to achieve is, well, by chapter 5, so that's chapters up through chapter 4, then Prologue 1 is what we could do before chapter 5. I'd like to have about level 14 on Robin, which is doable. Level 7 on Crom, also doable, but takes some finesse because Crom is sword locked. Level 8 on Virian, so that you could one-shot Wyverns with the Forged Iron Bow, probably. So it's not bad to give Virian kills. Maybe that's a price worth paying, if that's the thing to do to get a consistent result here. The only other person who can counterattack the archer is Robin. And Robin, I mean, not in this state, Robin is a picture. Robin does just 12 attack, does 11 damage instead of 14. How much magic does Lissa give? 2. Do the fighter positions ever matter if Virian can always kill the archer before the fighters can reach him? Maybe they don't. I think it's very, very helpful if we can get rid of the archer, and it seems like we probably have a consistent way to do that without ever facing the fighters. And then we just have to work out how do we kite the fighters around and fight them mainly with Robin and Crom for the rest of the map. Which, you know, it's interesting. Maybe that's the thing we do, and we give up on necessarily shooting for giving all kills to Crom and, well, all kills but the one that Fred got on the mercenary, but all other kills to Crom and Robin. You can kite them forever if you want. I mean, essentially. Is there a way we could do that without making it take forever, though? I guess another thing we could potentially do... Oh. Okay. Let me think. So the archer has Luna Plus, and he does 12 to Virian with Fred backing up, and without Fred, that would reduce his effective defense from 5 to 3, so he would deal 14. Can Lissa always heal? Yes. Lissa can always... So what you could do if you don't want to give the kill to Virian is you could walk down here, drop Fred. Now we still need speed on Virian, but we heal him. We pair in Crom. Oops. That was different. Didn't account for the fighter being there. Yeah, that's gonna kill him. Okay, but that means we can't necessarily pull... Okay, yeah, if that fighter goes too far to the southwest, then we can't even stand up the end of the archer's range. Huh. Even got kills with this strat is perfect. Yeah. Right, so that fighter was... Where was he? He was coming from that tile and then went here. Where we put Virion on this button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He was here, southeast of the Archer. Okay. Does it have to be Fred backing him up? Not on the first turn. Well, on the first turn, I think so, because of the way the pairings are set up. It could be Crom backing him up on the first turn, I suppose. That's a good question, though. What if it's Crom? Bring Sully down. So this would be fine, because as long as this... If a fighter goes here, then he could potentially end up on this square, but they all went so far north that they can't get to that spot. Let me see if I can get a scenario where they could potentially go too far southwest. Well, they all went southwest. Huh. Let's see. If we go here and we drop... Forgetting to do this. Switch, trade, trade, trade. Let's say we have Crom backing him first. And Fred in front. None of the enemies will see lethal on Fred, I don't think. I guess there's potential we might have to have him use a different healing item to have higher HP at this point, but they don't have, like... Okay. Actually, the fighters do... The hammer fighters use lethal on Fred.
Let's end this.
Alright, yeah, this fighter went too far south, although, interestingly enough, if he goes all the way over here, that's kind of good again, because then we could have Crom just stand in melee range. And drop Virion this time. With Fred backing. So I guess the thing is, so far, we're in a position where we can always make a decent move, it seems like, and get some advantage out of this whole situation. It's just the exact nature of that advantage and what we're doing keeps changing, and that's annoying. Running petition here now to use Donnie. It might be possible. Well, this is kind of good. If we could play this out a little further. If Crom had gained strength on his first level, he actually would be able to two-round this fighter. Also, if this fighter was the one that was damaged, he would be two-rounding. Something worth keeping in mind, I suppose. Anyway, in this position, what's good is we could now... I mean, we're kind of lucky in that the archer went this way, because if the archer had gone like west through the trees and then south, he'd be over here, and that wouldn't be great. Because he's on this side, he's easy to isolate with Robin, but I don't think we can count on that. So in a situation like this, I think the best we'd be able to consistently do is just back up 5 spaces with Crom and heal him and fight again. Or stick Robin there. Not a terrible idea. So Crom plus Fred does 14 damage. Could be 15 if Crom had gained strength. What kind of attack power does Robin have? It's just 9 against the Archer, which is also 9 against the Risen. Or the fighters. Yeah, this is the problem with this map. I could win from here. Like, there's no question about that. But how do I make it more definite how I'm going to win? I don't know. What else could we even do? Will you pair Robin with? Sully, I imagine. Oh, like in the playthrough? I would imagine Robin and Lucina, baby. Let's back up a few steps and just think about things. Does it make sense to just send Robin and Sully over with the rest of the squad? That would sort of guarantee that all the enemies go that direction. Something to be said for that. Maybe even a turn earlier? So what if we take... How many shepherds does it take to screw in a light bulb? How many, Cartoon Critic? This position is cool because Robin could just snipe this fighter, but that's so unreliable to have him go here. Because Robin can go on the fort and snipe him, I mean. I do really like this general idea of having Sully bait the Archer, though. It seems like a really promising idea in general. If we can be sure that all the fighters are never going to be too close to this square. Okay. From that point, what damage does Robin take on the woods tile? 11. So much. I do think the best option is to have Fred bait the Archer and have Robin and Sully run away. Why'd you reset? Can't you win by baiting and healing? Yeah, I could win. My goal in this stream right now is not to beat Chapter 1. It's to try to figure out a consistent strategy to beat Chapter 1. which is a very different thing. I know how to win the map. That I could do from here. It's just, can we work out a method for it that doesn't basically just devolve into, I don't know, figure out how to kite all the enemies until they all die? Have I considered lowering the difficulty? I'll give that some thought. Okay, well, there's a couple different things we could do from here. We could send both Robin and Sully left. But as we saw, there are some cases where that means that one of the fighters ends up down here, which is very different from the situation when they're all north of the Archer. Have you considered raising the difficulty? Septi, I'm not on your level. I'm not prepared to do 0%. I want this to work, because it looks so good. And I really like that we end up baiting that Archer with someone other than Crom, so Crom's not on like critical HP at this point. I guess one interesting thing is if we put Robin in a different spot, we could actually heal him directly with Lissa and maybe work with that somehow. Try spinning, that's a good trick. So true. Electric VGC, you forget that Chapter 1 exists when you play Awakening. I actually, unironically think, well, I guess that's why I'm here. It's not that surprising. I think it's harder to have a consistent way to win this, like a consistent turn-by-turn method to win this map than like any other in the game. Chapter 2 is incredibly intimidating, but it's also very doable if you know how to exploit the terrain. Whereas this one, it feels more like the terrain exploits you. Is there any realistic shot that we could just kill all the enemies or all but one of the enemies from this point? Like,
Very well.
Virian shoot Archer, pull Crom with Sully, have Crom kill this fighter, Fred kill Archer, Virian shoot fighter, Sully pull Crom, kill fighter to his advantage, which is annoying. And then Robin pull Sully, kill other fighter. And everyone survive the hammer. No. This guy has the hammer. He will kill Fred. Hawkeye hammer, even. The two halves of Chapter 2, pre-Vake Iron Axe and post-Vake Iron Axe. That's Fred's Iron Axe in the first half. Why do you have to have Vantage, my guy? What are Robin, Boon, and Bane's? His asset is magic and his flaw is defense. Not what I would normally recommend for Lunatic Plus. But it is one of the best for postgame. guess one of the nice things about Lunatic Plus, in a way, is that the minus defense flaw isn't as crucial as you might think, because a lot of the enemies will have your defense anyway. Although it's also true that just having a ton of raw defense on Lunatic Plus, very helpful. Alright. Well... So if I have Sully drop Robin to the south, then at least Lissa can run away and heal Robin, which is something to work with. Why is minus deep good for post-game Vengeance setups? Yeah, partly for Vengeance stuff. Partly because it's the only flaw that doesn't reduce your offensive stats, and the only thing that any kind of Robin is really good at in the super post-game stuff is pair-up botting. Especially Male Robin. Like, Male Robin is perhaps the best pair-up bot in the whole game, which is an incredible thing to do in Awakening because the way mechanics are. But, yeah, for that, you don't care about your defenses at all. And also, if you're doing Vengeance Vantage, yeah, you don't want high defense, you want low.
Very well.
Well, maybe the flowchart is just down to two things, like, are the fighters arranged such that, like, you put all the entire army over here, and then it's down to, are all the fighters arranged kind of in the north here, so that the only one who can run south and target you on this square is the archer? Or is there a fighter who's further south, and then you have to engage him some other way? If he's all the way down here on this tile, then you can actually fight him at melee range without also being in range of the archer. But if the fighter is on this square, which we saw earlier in one case, that's a bit more of a problem, because then the end of his range and the end of the archer's range is almost the same. You could stand, like, you could leave Robin or Sully, you could leave them a little closer to this side and then have them in this position to fight that fighter in a spot that couldn't be reached by the archer. That could be interesting. The archer can cover 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The archer could shoot down. Wait, we can see that the archer could shoot down to here, but a fighter who landed here, okay, could not go into the woods. Yeah, you'd have to be on these squares. Are you confident that you can train Donald in this? I am confident that if I wanted to, I could train Donald in Lunatic Plus, yes. I am not trying to train everyone for this. I'm not even trying to get past chapter 1 in this, necessarily. Just FYI. Although if we did solve something here, that would be awesome. I'd love to see that. What turn is this? This is turn 8. What were these notes to? Like turn... That was through turn 5. Maybe we can define like 2 branches from here just based on where the fighters end up. If the fighter's on this spot, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you cannot reach this square. Yeah. Would we want to... Just in order to control the enemy positioning a little bit better, would we want to make sure that we have Virion on this position instead of this one? So that would mean the archer would attack from here or here or here, as opposed to down a little further southeast. Something to think about. Also, we could have had Lissa below Virion, which could be meaningful. For example, if Lissa were down here and Fred were here, then if Lissa were down below, then we could 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could pair. We could transfer Crom to Lissa, Virion to Fred. I was trying to see if we could get Virion out of these woods, but no. Not directly without dropping him. And that would be from the same spot that Lissa would heal from. You imagine dodge tanking this mode is not viable? Not by itself, no. Because of Hawkeye, obviously. You could... It still does measurably improve your survivability, and when you're combining that with good defensive stats and other things, yes, having good avoid can really help you, but you don't exclusively dodge tank on Lunatic Plus. Okay, well let's say the archer goes left. On turn 6, we baited with Sully. I will refine this in complete sentences at some later point. And on this turn, we bait archer with Virion west. And then we're saying, okay, fighters not south of archer. In that case, Virion south 4. Actually drop Crom. This will heal Virion from this west. Liquid parent to Virion. So in the... Oh, the fighter can also reach Virion from the north, can't he? Didn't account for that. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Then maybe we do want to get Virion onto the woods. Still possible. We just need to do some pair-up shenanigans. So let's imagine that fighter was... I mean, that fighter is actually... That's the critical spot. So... we want to get Virion onto this tile instead of the other one. And, okay, that's actually better, because we can just come here, switch, drop Virion onto it, pair Lissa into Fred, go south, switch, switch back, unequip, switch, transfer, heal. But actually, it's better to have Fred on the south side. Cool. I'm gonna try to keep my options open by keeping Sully close, and Robin. Alright, so because we didn't use Fred on both rounds, we don't kill the archer, which means we could now take that kill with Robin, which is nice. We can't simultaneously fight anyone else in enemy phase, but that's still okay. We could pull back with other people, regroup, have Robin take the kill. Could be good. Let's note that. So that's actually Virion down 5 switch. From drop Virion east on woods. So the advantage of the woods tile is because we had the archer here, and as long as all the fighters are at this line or north of it, they will never be able to run all the way down this way to hit Virion. We had a problem a second ago because we were a little too far west, and that's just empty plains tiles that they can run down if the fighter's here. But this way, he has to go through 2 woods. We could still be in a situation where some of the fighters ran down this side. If, like, in that particular what we had happen was all the fighters ran down the left side of the map, but if one of them had been, say, over here, they could potentially be down this way. So we'd still have to cope with possibility of them at least one fighter being on this side, and that would could make fighting the archer at range difficult, but actually I think this works out pretty beautifully because you see there's extra woods here, and the archer can shoot behind those woods. He can run 1, 2 movement into the woods, 3 or 4, 5, stop here and shoot to this square, and I don't believe there's ever a situation where a fighter will be able to get here on this turn. But Virion, with his boosted movement, can get away from that spot. So, just as an example, we could have Crom run down, maybe heal himself, maybe get healed. I guess it depends on how healthy Robin is. Let's say we have to heal Robin. So we put Robin in range. We end up healing with Lissa from behind. Crom just run down. Or Crom could pair into Robin, but I think we want to keep them separate. Crom run down. Robin here. Lissa heal. Sully into Robin. That takes care of the archer. We're down to just the fighters. That looks really good. I think maybe that's the break point. Like, we look at that setup. We try to pull all the fighters left. And depending on whether they end up south of the archer after the archer attacks Virion, we might be able to define, like, one method is like this. Whereas if one of them goes south of that archer, then we kite him separately instead. I don't know what happens if, like, the archer goes here and then 3 fighters go south, though. That seems probably not very possible. But from here, we'd have a pretty easy victory. Like, this is not hard to handle anymore. We've got 3 fighters in a line. We could literally just back up and have Crom, like, tank them and Lissa heal him over and over and have Crom take all of these kills if we wanted to. And maybe at some point we'd have to, you know, do some pair-up maneuvers to escape and regroup somewhere. Or maybe we'd want to, like, optimize for fewer vulnerable uses by working out a way to retreat to the forts or something like that. But it seems like a good way to do it overall. And I wonder about the experience thresholds. I think probably getting Robin to level 6 and then giving these 3 kills to Crom and getting Crom to level 3 seems pretty good. You could probably manage a little bit more overall experience if you, like, fine-tune it a little bit. Or maybe the move is something along the lines
We
of
can do it.
hiding with Robin as much as possible, but then having Crom take all the kills. So Robin gets pretty substantial experience from just and chances to use his bronze sword a whole bunch, but then Crom gets the 3 kills that get him to level 3. It would be good. Roy, if you're still here, do you remember what it takes for Robin and Fred to get... how many combats they have to do together to get their C support? They did have the 3 at the beginning with Fred and melee against the 2 mercenaries and a fighter, right? And they had the 1 against the archer. Is that enough? I could look on the Serenus Forest page as well, what the support rewards are. I have that memorized in Fates. I do not have it memorized in Awakening. And Awakening actually has different unlock thresholds that are defined basically per pairing. It's not like just fast supports and regular supports. There's, I think, 3 different tiers. Supports, support growth. Fred and Virion take 3 points to get to C. And how do you get 3 points? Requires fort minimum to catch it. They also have to see more combat than anyone else. Yeah, I was aware of that. They have to be in first place with each other, which I think they are right now. Or while paired. Because that would get them to... how does the math work out in this? That would get them to 24 out of 27. Yeah, okay. That would round up. Cool. Alright, so I think actually we've got the 4 combats we might want to have between Fred and Virion. So we'd like to maintain that and get that C support on them. And yeah, because Robin definitely got support points with Fred in the prologue. I think it was just 1. I think he got more with Crom and Lissa. But I think that means basically we wouldn't want to be relying on Fred as our para partner to support Crom and Robin. Maybe it's Robin and Crom supporting each other. That seems viable. Or Sully supporting either of them can also work just fine. Or even Virion pairing up just to give a defense bonus to either Robin or Crom. Although we don't want to do too much because we don't want Virion getting more support points with those two. There's also a chance that maybe we just have Virion take a pot shot at like this fighter while Fred is supporting him at some point later in the map. Okay. I feel good about the strategy here. I'm not that concerned with like having an exact turn-by-turn definition for everything from this point on. When it's down to just the 3 fighters and you can kite them, it's like, okay, just do that. It's more like, how do we... well, as long as all the fighters are together and we sort of have a sense of where they are and where we're going to go. More like just when, okay, we got one fighter chasing Robin sometimes, but also he could be on the other corner of the map chasing Virion and Fred. That's the thing that worries me. But if this method works consistently, I'm pretty excited about that. Is there anything we can do to make it so that the fighters tend to go west? Is dropping Robin right here a good idea? Or maybe keeping Robin separate from Sully. I don't know. They are always sticking north of the archer there. But if one of them is on... If a fighter is on this square to the right of the archer, then I think probably he'll end up just here. Something to think about. Okay.
Let's end this.
This looks pretty promising. If the fighters are already north of the archer,
Let's end this.
seems like this tends to keep them north of the archer. Are dual guards and strikes deterministic in this game, or is it just super random? It is just super random. You can make dual strikes fairly consistent with high support ranks. Dual guards, it is impossible to get to 100% dual guard in any context. There's just not enough defense points available to do it. At least I'm almost certain about that. So you can't count on them, but they're kind of like another way of dodging. Yeah, the bonus per dual strike rate per support rank is pretty large, and the dual guard rate is not nearly as impressive. 10 and 3 sounds about right. But as supporting with Crom or Lucina with their dual strike plus skills gives you at least 50% automatically for dual strike rate.
Let's end this.
This looks like at least this particular movement is always getting those fighters to stay north of the archer. I wish I could be definitive about that, but I mean, we've done it, what, 7 times or so now, and that is what's happening. There's no cursor dancing in this game like in GBAFE or anything like that to determine anything about the RNG. I think it advances just every frame while you have control of your characters. So just by taking extra time to do stuff, that may change the outcomes a little bit. It doesn't change the combat RNG at all, that's a different thing. But enemy movement RNG, I think, is advanced frame by frame. Okay.
Let's end this.
Yeah, so bringing Robin and Sully this way is not ideal in the sense that it doesn't get us the free healing from the fort, but it seems like it's a really good option for controlling the enemy movement, and that's what I'm more concerned with. Okay. So, we'll put a pin in that. So that was going... Robin West. Robson Belissa. Let's go back to some earlier steps and see if we can get a different arrangement of the fighters and then see where that goes. Because it looks like, yeah, there might be a slight difference where, say, this fighter is down here or something, but it looks like where we are on this save state, we're always getting the same result, which is pretty promising.
Let's end this.
And we also, I think, saw one case where the last fighter was at the north edge of the map. Okay. So, earlier states. All right, back to the Sully move. Is there any other place to bring Sully that makes sense? I don't think so, because, well, we could drop her on the woods. If we're giving up on the the main reason to want her here was to be able to reach the fort, but also it was ensuring that the archer would have to attack. Like, it wouldn't be close enough to run past this area. We probably do want to keep it to the east. If we put Sully, say, on... Let's just demonstrate. If we put Sully on the woods here, for example, the archer comes over a little too far west, and now our team is trapped in the corner. Virian and Tom can't get away. We could still try to fight the archer. It's pretty awkward. We would have to... yeah. We might be able to exploit Fred's stats to make this work anyway, but it just doesn't seem like a great position to be in. What I'm imagining is, say, what if you have Fred just go here, and Virian equip bow, and wait here. Robin out of range, Sully out of range. And the archer still goes for Virian. And it's also guaranteed to do it from this square, I think. That's not terrible. It's just... we don't get to separate Lissa out, which is a bit of a shame. That's down on our action economy on this turn. And we can't follow up as well from there. I don't think. We can... well, this is still workable, so I think it's worth exploring. Does that do anything different with the way the enemies move? We're a little bit farther away, so maybe they're more encouraged to run after Crom instead of going towards Sully. Trying to beat Apotheosis, Keldeo? Good luck. I think it's a cool challenge. Like, I don't think it's the perfect map or anything like that. I think far from it, but I wish modern Fire Emblem games had a... if they're going to have some kind of post-game, like the New Game Plus and Three Houses, or the... I forget what the feature's called, but the trial maps and Engage, stuff like that. I wish they had a real, like, crowning achievement for you to go for with your fully optimized, capped teams. They kind of don't. Like, there's no reason to grind out all the skills and engage, and mostly I'm happy about that, but if they exist, I wish there was something to do with them. And what I like about Apotheosis in particular is it does change the way you play the game from what worked in regular playthroughs. Okay, so here's the problem with that particular method. If we bring Sully here instead, it's a little bit farther west, this fighter can run west, and now we can't get Virian to a spot where he can fight the archer but not the fighter. So I don't think that's good. It's possible that down here is okay, though. Because well, we still might have a fighter run all the way out that direction. Let's see if we can get that to happen. Engage sorta has Maddening Fell Xenologue for that, but that's not using your technically you get advantages from having your top tier skills. But I just hate the way the Xenologue works mechanically. It's like the worst of both worlds. It doesn't give you a consistent team like, where they know what the challenge is going to be exactly, but it also doesn't let you use your own characters the way you've made them. Ah. All right, this is an interesting scenario to work from. So let's see what happens in this case. We'll remove that, equip this, make a save state here. We have that, and I want to put Virion. Oh wait, no. Yeah, this isn't good. We wanted. Yeah, we don't... Yeah, this isn't good. We can't set up Virion the way we wanted to because the archer's a little bit farther west. We can not only go to this forest but also this one, which means we can't like have multiple people surrounding Virion, and because the fighter is here, he has to run a little too far south to be comfy. Imagine what it's like to define speedrun standards for Fel Xenologue. Any percent, right? Just whatever you can legally acquire in the game to prep for it, you use that. And only on starting Fel Xenologue. That would be the way that I would think you'd try to approach it. It's like doing New Game Plus speedruns in certain other games. Okay. So I think what I'm deciding from just looking at all this is it is really important on that previous turn. To keep the archer either all the way at the north end of the map, which we can do if we just run away with Robin and don't use Robin and Sully to bait, because that means... actually, that's something we haven't really checked on. What if we just run west? But so if we only leave Crom in range, the archer will always go to the north edge of the map to shoot Crom because it can't run straight through this woods tile. It has to go around, and this is the only way to do it. Or if we go to this tile in particular, we leave Sully there, then the archer always has to go on this woods tile, and that's far enough east that the archer can go into these woods, but not this tile below, which is also helpful. Let's look at what happens when we just go west. Okay, and that's not ideal because you got this situation where this fighter covers the archer's range, basically. So we just have to run away, but we can't really enemy phase the archer. I guess, again, we theoretically could by getting Sully involved. That's interesting. If we go here, drop Virion, switch transfer.
I will not fail.
I didn't equip Virion, so he's not going to counterattack, but... Okay, I don't like that because of the way the archers can surround us on both sides. So Cantor is the worst thing to inherit in a speedrun. That is pretty funny, Kirby Master. Okay. I don't think I like running west because of the way you get cut off by that archer to this, or by the fighter to south of the archer. Whereas if we go south, I don't think he runs to that spot ever, as far as I've seen. If we go here, the archer comes down, and yeah, it seems like they run down through the woods, or they go up towards Prom, but I don't think we've ever seen them go on either of these spaces, which is what creates the opportunity. Yeah. Because they're not going here, that creates the opportunity to put Virion on this spot and shoot the archer back without being attacked by anyone else. Alright. So then we have to check, can we consistently put Sully on that space? And I was trying to do... what I was trying to do... let me check the archer. A little while ago was... see, do we always get the archers to form that square with... or these three fighters to form that square with the archer? And we were seeing yes in every case that time. We tried several times. I'll just do it a couple more. Yeah, so we're always getting them in this square right here. But does that depend on where the fighters move on earlier turns? I don't know. Maybe there's a situation where instead of having all three of them stacked up, there's one in a woods tile off to the left or something. Let's see if we can get any cases where that happens. We've got Prom standing in the woods at the end of enemy range. They're all stacked up there. And they're coming from... This position is guaranteed, because that's... Wait, no, that's the guy who attacked Fred early, I think? I have to recheck what happened on earlier turns. Let's see, so they're kind of offset in a vertical line with the top one tile to the left on that turn. Wait. Wasn't the archer... Wasn't the archer positioned... Mom joins Lissa. Lissa heals Robin from the north. So Lissa was here, and the archer was able to reach that spot, but now it's not. Oh no, it will be able to. Yeah, once Virion moves. Okay. Never mind. So it would still attack Lissa from the same position. It can't get into the woods, but it can get onto this plains now. Okay. Thanks for the comment, Coding Ant. I appreciate that. Good luck with your Nyx strats. Nyx is a pretty fun character to use. I mean, she's awful. But that's what makes her fun, in my opinion. Alright, so it looks like the boys are always chasing Prom in this line, and that seems pretty promising, because it seemed like from here they're always going into the square formation, and from there it looks like we'll always be able to put Sully on that critical square to the right, and then set up that following turn where Virion can shoot the archer and then potentially kite the archer a little bit farther south and go from there. So I like where that's going. Let's just backtrack a little bit more and see if there's... So on that save state we had the fighters right here, so slightly north of the fort, a little more than a knight's move away. Is there a chance that they go somewhere else, though? L plus Iron Man is the easiest way to beat it. Well, I would imagine doing the same strategies, but not Iron Man is easier. Alright, so on the previous turn, we were doing... Robin goes south to Sully. Transfers Fred, pairs with Lissa. But this is that same turn, actually. I need to come back a little bit. I actually have a state. Does that save state work? Does it produce random enemy movement? I don't think it would. I think the seed is set at this point. I think the boss is always going to go north. Pretty sure. Yeah, I don't think whatever RNG controls the enemy movement is active while I'm in enemy phase. So I think the enemy should always move the exact same way every time. Are they even following the same paths? That first fighter went up and then right. Up and then right, right and then up. We're doing some science here. Up and then right, right then up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's not changing at all. I don't think that save state can possibly influence enemy movement. Skipping the XP bar doesn't change it? Maybe. Doesn't seem like it does. But yeah, I don't think it advances on enemy phase. I'm pretty sure that whatever controls the enemy movement RNG only advances on player phase. And I think it's every frame on player phase. Hey Philip, thanks for the kind words. Glad to have you here. Alright, back one more. Which is actually the beginning of the chapter. I didn't have any save states before that. Okay. That's fine. We'll do the first couple moves. I just want to see if the fighters end up in a different position on, what was that, turn 3?
Lissa, run. Oh.
A pal that you got addicted to Awakening again said they eventually want to learn to Iron Man Lunatic Plus. Well, luckily for them, there is a certain sage in the chat to study from. I will not advise on how to do that, as I am not the expert.
My steel is yours.
Alright, on to the south for it. Robin unequipped. Red attacks. Curious, actually, what did we get for skills this time? Ooh, advantage. The archer had advantage? The nice thing about fighting the archer on enemy phase a bunch with Virion is advantage doesn't matter. Hawkeye we don't really care about. Like, none of his skills really do anything. Even Luna I think we're fine with. That's good.
As one.
Take Robin. Robin kills the barbarian. Lissa down 3.
Here goes.
And let's take a state here. Although I'm fairly optimistic that the enemy movement on this turn doesn't really matter
Captain
for anything.
Crom.
Alright, Virion in. Skip his dialogue. Oh, we got Wolf's Bow. Funny. Can you use that if you can't use it? I guess I'm not. No, I guess you can't. And I know what that sentence was. I meant every word. Okay. Virion trades his elixir over. We'll take that. We will toss this. We'll unequip. And pair up. Red goes 2 tiles right. Blades there. Robin 3, right 1 up. Prom south.
Save
Sully
some
with
for me.
Lissa. Lissa north. Drop Sully to the right. Okay, and then I think we're still not too concerned with the enemy movement, but let's take a state here. We kill the southern mercenary in 1 hit. Okay. But okay, where does the HP plus 5 fighter go? That's also worth noting. I haven't really talked about this. Enemies can randomly get class skills. So what happened here is the other fighters don't have HP plus 5, but this one does. And that will change the math on kill thresholds, annoyingly. Alright, so that time it was the hammer guy here, bow left of the fort, iron axe right of the fort. Same thing. Same thing. Exact same. Interesting. But that's different. So the HP plus 5 guy went south a little bit farther that time. Okay. I wonder, what did we see the first run? I don't know where they were on that turn. Let's see what happens with the fighter a little bit further south, and maybe we'll come back to this and see what happens if he's just to the right of the fort. Brand's Robin. Robin up to Sully. Robin equips sword. Give away Crom. Wait, we want Fred on Robin, so he transfers Virion and then pairs to Robin. Lissa west 2 up 2. Drop Virion up. Sully 2 west, 3 north, and drop Crom upward, and that'll be the end of the turn, so save state again. And this is where previously we had the 2 lower fighters. Okay, yeah, there's a slight difference from there. So yeah, on the previous run, I'm pretty sure we had this fighter on this square, and what happened was we had the 2 lower fighters in these 2 spots, but then this one was up 1 square. I don't think that will matter though, because either way, this fighter can reach this spot and attack Crom from the south, and that's what we were using. We were having Crom step down and fight him. So it seems like that outcome is like basically locked in. Let's see where can he move anywhere else? That's the same, except the boss went east, which is what we don't want to see. Kuroi, I think in your notes, isn't like the boss going east is kind of easier for some reason? Oh, because the archer, you kind of fight the archer first, and then circle around to the boss. How do you deal with the archer? I honestly don't want to consider the boss going east right now. That seems like opening up a can of worms. Maybe we come back to that. The best when the fighter that attacks Prom rolls zeal then crits? Oh, I believe that. That sounds like a grand old time. Unless you isolate the archer for a Fred gib. Okay, but if we don't want Fred to give the archer, then we don't want the boss to go east. Probably. And I don't think we do want Fred to kill the archer. The way I see it, like, what I want to get out of this map, ideally, is probably at least 3 more kills on Crom to get him to level 3, and then as much experience as we can pump into Robin as possible. Get to, I think we already got to level 6 or right, but like maybe level 7. Level 3 Crom and level 7 Robin I think would be a great duo to bring into chapter 2. So, but with this formation here, we can just do the exact same moves as we did last time, and we should end up with the same configuration. We should see Archer walk into the woods here somewhere, and this fighter will be able to reach Crom, and these two will follow, and they should just like stand right behind that one fighter. And from there, I'm expecting we'll see the square formation that was like right over here or here. Let's play that out a little bit just to see it go. Robin has to come up here. Give away Fred, pair with Lissa. Switch Robin, equip ranged weapon, use vulnerary. Arian, take drop Lissa. Sully unequip. Go above Robin, switch, and we transfer Sully so that Robin's guaranteed to live. He uses a vuln. She takes from Robin, I guess. And we do want Crom to equip his weapon. Yeah, the boss going east, I've checked before, and it does seem really uncommon. I think it'd be good to have a backup strat, but at the same time, it's kind of like the situation with Prologue, where like I'm going for the quick way to get through the first group there, and I'm like okay with resetting for skills. Here I don't really have to reset for skills for any reason, but I might have to reset for the boss moving the wrong way, and I think I'm okay with that too. At least for now. Alright, so this was basically all. Well, this is a little bit different actually. We have... Previously we had the fighters lined up like this, but now we've got one a little farther west. And that'll probably mean that we get a different formation after this turn. That's interesting. Okay. So, veering into Fred. Fred attacks from above. Fred fails. And I think we have to reset. I mean, for demonstration purposes, I can just not have Crom equipped. And just get to the next, to change the RNG that way.
Come on.
It's a bit of a shame. So we quit Thunder, heal. Pop this, switch, trade, take Vulnerary, transfer Sully, heal. Is there not a 100% hit mod? I mean, we have one for engage play. I could probably make one, I think. I just do not have one. Although I don't know if Zone's still around, he might be able to answer. Probably went to bed though. I don't know if there are flags on the units in the same way. That we might have to be something that's a code patch as opposed to a like just editing the ROM, which you can do in Fates. In Fates, there are flags on each character where you can say guaranteed to hit, guaranteed to not get crit, guaranteed to not inflict crits, that kind of thing. Really convenient. All right, save state. There's 100% dual strike, dual guard mod. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. There's an LTC that uses it, but I think that's in the domain of like, probably there isn't even an RNGC that could make those outcomes happen, even if you reset however many billion times you might theoretically try. Like, there's only a limited number of RNG states, and if you're doing things like that, it's probably not even like theoretically possible. So that would be my complaint about doing that kind of thing.
For victory. Let's do it.
Are you kidding me? I guess I kind of knew that was going to happen, because was that going to be the same? Well, but the boss got a counterattack there. Dang. Okay, I'm just going to reset from the previous state then, from before the map. You got a bad seed, everyone. That's why minus skill is actually the worst flaw to take. It is such an important stat, guys.
Here's how it's done.
I'll mention, currently I have the vulneraries on Robin and Crom. It might be best to have one of them on Fred, like to have Fred. But on this first move, I could just have Fred trade with Crom and then pair into Robin. So if we determine that like we need to allocate them differently, it's not hard to make that adjustment from this point. Basically, as long as Lissa doesn't have the vulneraries, we're okay. And even then, by the time we need a vulnerary on this map, we can take it from Lissa.
My steel is yours.
All right, try again. What did I get? Oh, a glass lance. That's Fred's silver lance again. The glass weapons are silvers, but at E rank with only 3 durability.
As one.
Here goes.
Heal ye.
Nobody's allowed to complain about Camille hit rates more than you. Oh. Don't glass weapons also give crazy weapon experience? No. There are no weapons in 3D SFE that give extra weapon experience. I think that's still true for Echoes. Pretty sure.
Save some for me.
Is Alyssa up 2 or up 3? You can see that the topmost fighter did not get HP plus 5 this time, but there's the one in the kind of middle lower left did. This is also a slight variation because we were previously seeing this fighter attack Fred from the south and the mercenary go from the left, but now this one's attacking from the left and the mercenary died from the south. Interesting. Ooh, okay. You see what happened with this fighter? It went even farther south because the archer went here, and this fighter decided, like, well, this is occupied, and I don't want to go here, so I'm going to go this way, towards Fred. Or Robin. Okay. Let's see what happens from this point, then. Tom joins Robin, Robin up to Sully, Robin equip Bronze Sword, transfer to Sully. Red giveaway Virian. Pair with Robin. Drop Virian up here, drop Rom up here. That hurt. Ah, okay. Now this is going to be very different because this... Well, previously we had this fighter was at least one of the ones who was close enough to attack Crom, but now he won't be. He'll have to go through the woods. And that could be a problem. Thank you, I'm going to say GOVBB. I appreciate that.
I'm so sorry.
Alright. Let's play this out some more and see what happens with this situation. But I'm really worried that this fighter being over here is going to, like, maybe he'll run this way or something. And just be kind of stupid. Go. Yeah, it's Fred into... Yeah. Alyssa over here in the boss's range. Switch. Equip Thunder Heal. Red come over here, switch, raid. Doesn't really, maybe doesn't need the vulnerary, but do it. Transfer Sully away, heal yourself. And Crom, step down one tile. But this time he's gonna fight a different fighter than... Oh, and he's in range of the archer. No, he's not in range of any fighter, but he's in range of the archer. Ooh. That is maybe not good. Should we do something different? You could stand here and fight this fighter still and not be in range of the archer. Is that the correct play now? But now that's all messed up. Now we got a fighter over here. A fighter who could attack Robin. Yeah, that seems bad. But Crom can't survive. If he just steps down, he won't counterattack, obviously. Yeah, how do I cope with that fighter being way to the left and just running down mid here? Do I have to kill him? What I would normally do is Virion into Fred, attack,
My steel is yours.
and then come over here. Well, Alyssa heal. Alyssa just gets wrecked now. She can't survive a fighter.
We can do it.
Huh. I don't think I have a way to lure him elsewhere, because if I try, Mom just dies, right? Even if they don't have Luna Plus. Let's ignore that on the Archer. We got 17 and what, 21 minus like 20 attack, 17 and 20 against 10 and 13. Yeah, Calm dies. Unless he dodges. And there's no place I can move Crom to that really peels this fighter away from this side. Like, he'd have to go down where? Here? And then just be in range of all the fighters? Huh. Is that basically just a loss condition if that fighter ends up down? Weirdly, because the fighter ends up running too far south on that previous turn, he gets stuck a little too far west in the woods because he can't follow Crom closely enough, and therefore he checkmates us over here. I don't know what to do about this. Just stay out of his range, what happens? Obviously he's still alive, we have to handle him. I just realized we also do a fourth combat with... So we were actually doing 5 rounds of combat between Virion and Fred because they were doing the 3 together against the 2 fighters and the mercenary... Or the 2 mercenaries and a fighter, and then they were attacking the boss together, and then they had the next... Like 1 round against the archers. That was 5. Good to know. But now...
My steel is yours.
Yeah, girl, thanks for saying that. Appreciate it. Well, the boss doesn't have advantage, and that's kind of the saving grace in this particular situation. I think you can save it by going... Well, it depends on enemy move order, I guess. We can attack with Fred. And so normally you'd have to heal with Lissa first. In fact, like because our Robin is not bulky enough, even healing with Lissa first wouldn't save anything. But anyway, you'd heal with Lissa first, and then you would get Robin to kill. But now we can get Lissa to heal from the backside this way. You can even make Robin equip a sword. Oh, but he's still in range of the archer. Yeah, he dies. At least doing that. I think we can still save this, though. We attack from the west. If we have Brad attack from the west, and then Robin also attack from the west.
My steel is yours.
Or even from the south. Probably the west, though. Still not good. Of course, to have Fred tank the archer and the fighter, and he only survives that because they didn't both have Lunatic plus. I don't like that at all. Really don't like that. It seems like a really rare movement, though, to have this fighter from the north go down here. Maybe that goes in the let's figure it out later pile. It doesn't seem like there's a good outcome from this situation, at least the way we're trying to engage the boss. Alright, let's go back a few turns. This is right before we saw that happen. We did it again. Yes, Morning Toast Divine Pulse. They added it in the limited edition that I'm playing. Yeah, this is better, probably. Although I'd still like to see a version where... Maybe because of where the archer went on turn 1, he's always going to take that spot southeast of the fort. Which is one of the things that encourages the fighter to sometimes go to that bad spot. Something to keep an eye on. Yeah, does the archer always go there? Seems that way. So KTT, was the archer not going to that particular spot or something like that? One of those things where moving Lissa down 3 instead of down 4 or whatever on turn 1 was hopefully trying to avoid? Because far as I can tell, your strategy doesn't work in the way it's written on your site all the time when the archer goes here, because it seems like gets the fighter to go down this way, and that seems bad. Anyway, yeah, we'll run with this. I want to get back to some of the later situations in the map, because I think we found a promising methodology if we can just work out a way to ensure that we always got that formation with the archer and the 3 fighters in a square. On sword, transfer,
Now.
transfer, pair up. You go here. You go here. Well, that's different too, because the archer... Yeah, the archer went east. We wanted the archer to go, like, here and not be able to walk through the forest and attack Crom here, but now he can. And that's probably not so bad from the standpoint of just, surviving the following turns, but it does mean we can't with Crom in range. And that seems like it'll mess up the movement for later as well. Let's go back to turn 1 then. Oh, whoops. Doing the wrong thing. Get rid of that. Yeah, okay, that's turn 1. Where's the archer going? It went here. Okay. So it went here and then it was able to go here, but we probably want it to go, like, straight east. And where does Sully show up? Sully shows up on this tile, so you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there any reason why we wouldn't... We moved Lissa down 3, right? What if we just move her 2? Sully can still reach her. Yeah. Conquest Clan Awakening is boring. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Nelb. Okay, so I think this is what we want, because that means the archer never body blocks this tile, so the fighter always goes here, and the archer is never like so far northeast that it can get through that forest faster and end up in the way of all the fighters. It should go this way. So I think we want to avoid having the archer go northeast at all. I think we want it to go straight east. We've been theory crafting chapter 1 for 2.5 hours. I fully intend to do theory craft chapter 1 for 5 hours. Yeah. So what What was the advantage of having Lissa farther south, I wonder? Was there something to do with getting the mercenary or the... No. Because that mercenary is going to run into Fred no matter what. He'll only be able to reach Fred. Like, he won't be able to run through all these woods here to get to Robin and Calm. So... as long as we go south far enough... You think 5 hours will be enough? To, like, literally write up a turn-by-turn method for this map? No. But I'm hoping to, like, explore a bunch of situations and have a really solid understanding of what's happening here and, like, what the, you know, as far as random enemy movement goes, what are we trying to avoid? So I think it's really valuable information to know that, okay, there's a problem with the archer going up a little bit, and okay, based on that, what can we do to make it so that the archer doesn't go up a little bit? And I think if we just leave Lissa a little bit farther away, we don't lose out on any of the mobility stuff we need. Because all we need Lissa to do on turn 2 is be able to carry Sully. But it seemed like having her farther away makes it so the archer always goes straight for Fred. And doesn't, like, try to adjust course north a little bit. At least that's... Obviously it's hard for me to verify because I can't literally, like, read the AI scripts and know, okay, what are their... when did it decide that it might want to deviate and go after Lissa? Like, everything I know about the AI in these games is basically from empirical testing like this. I'm just basically trying things and saying, okay, does this do what I want it to do? And it seems like as long as I don't send Lissa too far south, the archer never goes that far. But yeah, so I went 3 spaces down instead of 2, and the archer went up a little bit towards Lissa.
Crom.
If only we could send spare time with super chats. Like, you ever see the movie? I think it's called In Time with Justin Timberlake. It's about how, like, everyone uses time and their lifespan as currency. Alright. I think I want to move Lissa 2 tiles down. As far as I can tell, that's just a better outcome for everything I want to do. And from there, if Virion goes to Fred, still unequipped, toss this, pair up. We have Fred tank the 3 enemies closest. Robin drops Crom.
Save some for me.
But now, okay. Look, Lissa moves 1 space to the north. You've never seen an alien movie, but you've seen In Time with Justin Timberlake. Did I say I saw Prometheus? In Time wasn't bad, by the way. I thought it was decent. Okay. Now the archer's down here, and I think that's fine. He'll just run through the woods, and we should be in good shape. I did want to check, though. Have to make a save state. Do it again. Great. Clip. Boss. Pair up. Wait. Drop.
Save some
Pair.
for me.
Drop right. Save state. Right, where's the northern fighter going now? Is it always to the right of the fort? No, sometimes it's southeast of the fort. But that's okay. I want to check what happens with these setups. So let's save that one as well. Up here, equip sword, transfer, wait,
Now.
pass off Virion, air Fred into Robin, Virion drop, or Lissa drop Virion, Sully drop Crom. Oh, so we actually do get the same staggered configuration we saw before. Interesting. Oh, is that because the fighter... Oh. Okay, so this fighter attacked from the left. And because of that, he had to go through woods to get around this lane. But if he'd attacked Fred from the bottom, then he would be able to run through these plains tiles all the way up to here. Which makes for a slightly different arrangement of the enemies. Critic, you prefer Alien to Aliens? Not just a cartoon critic, huh? What's your opinion on Terminator versus Terminator 2? And how embarrassing is it that I haven't seen any of the movies, Alien movies that have Alien in the title, but I have seen every Terminator movie. Not in theaters. I pirated like half of them. Okay, well, so if I go from here, I think we're going to see the exact same setups as before. Pair up, switch, vulnerary, use, pick, drop, switch, transfer, grab vulnerary, use vulnerary, and Crom stand in the way. The archer can't reach him this time, which is good. So what I'm expecting is the archer makes his way up through the woods and he gets to that spot where he can shoot Lissa, and then we have the other three fighters line up. Yeah. Exactly what I anticipated. E3 is more respectable than a lot of the Alien whiffs. I actually genuinely think... I don't think T3 is a great movie, but I think it's a reasonably decent one. And I feel like it actually tried to do more with the... Like, you can argue, okay, like T1 and T2, you know, tied themselves off pretty nicely and gave us a happy ending and everything. But if you're going to say there have to be sequels to Terminator, then I think T3 did a reasonable job of getting us to the point of, okay, how does the Judgment Day actually end up happening? There's some tonal issues with the movie, but overall I think it's fun. Okay, let's just polish this off and then do some quick checking that we are seeing the same. Actually, one thing worth maybe investigating is, how much damage does Robin do? He does 12? So And how much weaker is the bronze sword than the silver lance? I could do math, or I could just check, so I'll just check. Okay, so we can't get away with using the bronze sword instead, sadly. We'll get that back.
We can do it.
But if you're one of the sickos who thinks Dark Fate is the third best one after T1 and T2, well, Salvation and Genesis and Dark Fate all have problems. Oh, did I screw this up? I should have paired Crom and Alyssa before I did that. I don't remember. Did I actually like Dark Fate better than Genesis? I don't know.
Stay focused.
I think I'm much more offended by what Dark Fate did to the mythos than anything that the other movies did, I guess.
My steel is yours.
I'll try Alyssa first.
We can do it.
So we should see the fighter archer square. Yeah. I'll do that one more time. Got to save state. Dark Fate is weird. You kind of vibe with how weird it is. Okay. I mean, I don't hate that.
My steel is yours.
My actual, genuine belief is that the Sarah Connor Chronicles is the third best Terminator. And it's a crying shame that got canceled after 2 seasons.
We're not done yet. We can do it.
Okay, I think I'm pretty convinced at this point that if we ensure that certain things happen, like the archer not going north on the first turn and the archer definitely going north on, I think, turn 3, then we have a very consistent setup here. And that's something to work with. I like that. And from here, as we've looked at before, we have this open tile right here where we can pull the archer south by using Sully as bait, and that leads into that whole sequence where we pull, the archer down the west side of the map. That seems really good. Hey Lapsus, welcome to the stream. I am doing well. Same to you. You're too young to watch the Sarah Connor Chronicles as it was airing. I wasn't too young, I guess, but I remember watching a couple of episodes with my family, and then we stopped, and I was essentially at a boarding school, so I think that was part of it. And so I didn't watch it. So I'm part of the problem, I guess, because I didn't watch it while I was airing. I watched it like the year after it got canceled. My copy of SMT5 Vengeance just came today, so you're super excited. Awesome. Hope you have fun with that. I've never played an SMT game. What's the full water trick you mentioned in the description? In Prologue, you can spend about 40 turns kiting enemies around the water tiles on the map, which only Robin and Crom can traverse in order to feed all the kills on the map to Robin. You're still in Chapter 1 hell? I am intentionally in Chapter 1 hell, Brainiac. I've gotten to, like, winning positions on this map multiple times. Yeah, 40 turns is optimistic, for the record. I think typically it's, like, the overall turn count for the map is, like, 68. Normally, when you do the water trick in full. But just the water trick part itself is, like, 40 turns of it. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing it. And it's cool how it gets you jump-started in Lunatic Plus, but it's also a tremendous pain. And you can eat a crit towards the end and be really sad. What are you trying to achieve? I'm trying to, like, study the map and figure out a really consistent way to get through Chapter 1. And I think we're on a really good trajectory in that respect. Because we've gotten through turn 6, and subject to a couple of random enemy movement things, some of which it seems like we can control, we seem to always get in this position where we've got our 3 pairs here, and then this square of 1 archer in front, and then 3 fighters behind. And from here, I think we have a good way to proceed, which is... So just to check this, you go Fred up 1 tile and 5 left. Switch to Virion. I'm gonna go ahead and equip him now and unequip Fred to make it easier for later. And we have bombs down here to potentially face tank the archer, although even though the archer has Luna Plus, he doesn't see Luna Plus damage, so he's not going to know that he might be able to kill Crom or anything. So he stands here with Fred supporting him. And we use Sully as bait this way. And what we've been seeing then is that we open up this one spot where only the archer can reach across the woods, and we can start pulling the enemies certain positions from there. But the problem with this is sometimes the fighters go south towards Sully, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes they all go north. And it seems like it's workable either way, but what we have to do after the next turn ends up changing, depending on whether the fighters are all like up here in these 3 northernmost rows, or if some of them are down a little farther south. Shadow of the Erdtree DLC with the Iron Greatsword you found stream when? Yeah, maybe that's in the cards too. I feel you, Critic, though. It took me forever. I mean, I bought the DLC probably like a week after it came out for Elden Ring. But I thought, well, I want to play it. I want to replay the game and, you know, like relearn stuff and do a different build. And I still want to like go do all the bosses and everything. And it took me forever to get through the second run, even though I was better at the game. Partly because I was also trying to figure out, like, okay, knowing what I know about where the quests go, like, what's the intended route? Like, what am I supposed to do to experience all the quests in a way that kind of makes sense? That was kind of fun to think about, but made it take longer. Anyhow. Yeah, let's do... So I think what we worked out so far is, like, even if the fighters go here, although this is an interesting setup because they're farther south, I think this will end up being going differently. Because sometimes we have all the fighters go north. Let's see if we can get a case like that. No, not that one. I guess they're all attracted to Sully now. No, okay. That is different. You didn't have the spare cash to buy the DLC pretty recently. Yeah, that's fair too. Alright, see you, Coding Ant. You got a counter curse kill. I'm so sorry. You stole experience from yourself. right, well, let's play out this scenario. We got 2 fighters a little bit farther south. So what we're going to do is take Virion. He's already got the equipment squared away. That's good. I'm going to have Crom paired with him first to give him the speed bonus he needs to survive the archer.
Watch it.
And bring the squad over here. Oh, interesting. So even though the fighters came south originally, they actually ended up staying north to go after Lissa and Virion, I guess. That's neat. Does that always happen with that party? Equip. Switch. Transfer. Wait. So I didn't need to double save state.
Watch it.
No, they don't always go north. All right. So, and then the big difference here is because this fighter is so far south, he's covering all the same squares as the archer. And because of that, we didn't actually... Well... Does that mean... What is the move then?
Watch it.
I think I always want to use Lissa's healing for Virion. But that means this archer... Bit of... Oh. What's a square that we can occupy here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I make sure that Sully ends up down here, then I can use her as a vehicle for someone else. Potentially. Should just kill the fighter in melee range. The trouble is, I don't think this is always the wounded fighter either.
Watch it.
Where do I need her? Like, down? That's unhelpful. Alright, so if the fighter stays up, we can battle the archer again on enemy phase, but if it doesn't... Stop it, I want you to go down now. One map before Vake. Yeah. Alright.
Watch it.
I don't think there's any real hope of like doing anything in this position that would give us totally consistent results. I don't see anything I can manipulate here. I think it's just a matter of... So as we discussed, probably like an hour ago now, I think maybe even more. I I think the real dichotomy in this mission, as far as like what the strategy has to be, is just when the archer comes over here and attacks Virion, are the fighters north of that archer, or are they not? Or at least like north of this line, like in the top 4 rows, or are they not? And if there are any of them south of that point, then we have to proceed differently. I just don't know exactly how differently, but I think in order to compensate for the situations where the fighters could be farther south, we have to leave Sully farther south as well. Okay, this is what I wanted. I wanted to replicate that. Because from here, now Sully can move far enough to bring someone in range to fight this fighter again. And I want that to be Crom, I think. He's got his vulnerary, so... yeah, I want to give the kill to Crom. Crom does take too much. Well... is this necessarily the same fighter that Crom fought? This is the wounded fighter is the one that Fred fought, not the one that Crom fought. Okay. And if Crom... that one did not have Hawkeye. What are their hit rates against Crom? Yeah, we could give the kill to Crom. It'll require him to use the vulnerary because I don't have a way to... do I? Do I have a way to get Lissa down past Crom? I don't think so. Or in this particular situation... no, that won't work either. Okay, I definitely think on this turn we want to be able to fight someone on enemy phase. If there's a fighter that's too far south, then it has to be him. But if there's not a fighter that's too far south, then it's Virion fighting the archer on enemy phase. Give Virion the XP, you coward. You guys should see the graph of the viewer numbers on this stream. It's like just a linear slope downward. I had like 150 people for the first hour, and then just... you guys are still watching. You are sickos. I made it pretty for a second. Okay, so what I'm seeing at this point is I can definitely transfer Crom to Sully, also have Lissa heal Virion for whatever that's worth, which probably is worth something because we'll have him fight the archer. Bring Crom down here, have him heal himself. I forgot to equip Falchion, so that's not going to work, but whatever. You know what I'm trying to do. We'll give Crom this kill, basically. Let's dual guard. And then after that point, now we should be in a situation where... and I could have done this more efficiently to get Lissa farther south, but the point is, the archer's ahead of the other fighters, and we should be able to kite it one way or another. Down to the right spots. So this fighter should be dead with Crom's counterattack, and then we can counterattack the archer on the following enemy phase, and then do cleanup from there against the other fighters and the archer, I believe. So we pulled the archer with Virian, and then we'd pull it again on enemy phase with Robin for the kill, and then we'd have 2 fighters to deal with. It's not bad. I think that's the approach. What's the aim at the moment? So there's a couple things I'm trying to achieve with this setup, but mainly I'm just trying to work out a consistent way to beat chapter 1, where I have real details on what I'm doing with the whole kiting phase once we've dealt with the boss and a couple of the initial enemies. There's a few objectives I'd like to achieve, like getting the C support between Virian and Fred, which they should already have enough points to qualify for that if we don't have them fight alongside other people they support too much for the rest of the map. Getting Chrom to level 3, and getting Robin to, maybe not quite level 7, but close to it. That would be good. And those are the main things. Also, making sure that we get the C support between Robin and Chrom, and maybe ideally between Robin and Lissa, although that may not be that feasible. The C support between male and female characters who support romantically is slower, unfortunately. In Forest Map, are you able to just entrap the guy who goes to kill, or is he not? You can entrap him. Is this for a full game run, or do you just want a good way to beat the first few chapters? Mostly the latter. I was hoping one day to present a kind of turn-by-turn guide about how to get past, I don't know, about chapter 7 or so. Because I think that's the real obstacle that people have in playing Lunatic Plus. And I didn't want to use certain really degenerate strats, which is why I didn't use the water trick in Prologue to give Robin 7 levels. Because I think it's unfun. And I'd like to be able to come out with a strategy that lets you train up a fuller team instead of just training Robin the whole way. Anyhow, so I'm actually, I think I want to play this scenario out to the end, just so I have a reference of okay, how am I doing this? And for that, what we're going to do is take Virian down here, pass off Chrom. I'm actually going to have Lissa hitch a ride with... Well, no. Technically, it's better to have Lissa hitch a ride with Robin. So she gets south of Virian and then heals him. And because of Robin's pair-up, she gets theoretically, possibly 1 extra heal, although in that case, I don't think she did. And have Chrom equip, heal, and he should finish off the fighter. Cool. Alright, so that things have to vary here necessarily, but I believe there's always going to be a spot where the archer can reach and the fighters cannot. In this situation, that's right here. And I can have a couple different ways to do it, I suppose. What I want to do is... That's all planes. Okay. I want Virian to be on this square, or this one. But I think probably this one. With Fred supporting him.
Who could stop us?
Oh, okay. I thought I could do a fancy thing that I actually can't. That's fine. Never mind. That's all right. I will just
As one.
get Alyssa out of there. And we may as well make sure the enemies go farther south, so I'll put Fury in here. Cool. So that pulls the fighters that way, and now we got a free chance to kill the archer on enemy phase using Robin. I believe our... and Fred can run away. I believe our best play is probably... what does it do? 11 damage with Luna plus, so 14. How many times have Robin and Sully fought together? Is it actually 0? It might be 0. Let's try that. No, they had the one time against the boss. 2 times against the boss. Whatever. I'll worry about support optimization at some later point. Robin gets to kill. I think in an ideal world we'd have Robin melee the fighters a couple times when possible, and then just switch to Crom for the kills. So with that in mind, this guy has the hammer too, so can't fight him with red. It's 12 damage. How much does Robin do? 11? Alright, fair enough. Mix Holy unequip. Go this way. We'll just wait here with the sword. Alyssa heal. Wait that way, and we'll use Fred to bait the other fighter away, maybe? Question mark? Good job, Irian. Awesome. And with that, now I can give the kill to Crom. I guess I can't also have Crom fight on enemy phase, unfortunately. Cool.
Let's do it.
All right. And then we just have Robin fight on. Can I fort tank him? I guess. Well, he has Luna Plus. He's doing at least 20 to me. That Robin base def at level 6. Yes. Just for your awareness, I'm using a mod that gives me fixed gross, but at 80, like a 20% cut. So it's like 80% credit for my normal gross, and this is a minus def Robin. So he's not doing too hot for defense in general. Okay, that's interesting. With this fighter, Robin can fight him theoretically 3 times without killing with his sword. Even if he hadn't rolled HP plus 5, just having 29 HP, Robin's kind of a weakling. If I unequip Crom and pair him into Robin, we'll have a good chance to avoid on the fort. I probably want to go on the northern fort, now that I think about it.
My steel is yours.
I'll take a save state. I want to check something. Can I fort tank with Robin and still get the enemy to attack Robin and not Fred? It'd be useful if I can make Fred a little human shield here. No. Oh, he had the hammer. Duh. That would be why. All right. I'd still prefer to use the fort, and I'll just make sure I have a retreat lane, I suppose. I wish Shelter was in this game. That would be so helpful. So, okay, just ideally fort tank with Robin. If we can get a dodge, that would be excellent. We did not. Does 18 damage too. God.
Stay calm.
How much does Lissa heal for? 11? Oh boy. I have not done the calculations for this. Yeah, he does. Okay. It's so painful. Although, actually, one thing I overlooked, is that I can, number one, set up an escape route the way I ought to have done it. But also, because these woods are in the way, I can also heal with Lissa from behind. Slightly helpful.
We can do it.
It's 18. So strong. Curse you and your success on a 23% hit rate. But because I'm healthier now, should just be able to do this. Let's get behind. Yeah.
Stay calm.
So annoying that. Ugh. He keeps hitting me. I wanted to get one more shot in with Robin with a sword. Save state. Just go for it. What's the worst that could happen? That can happen. And they say dodge tanking is viable in this game. Okay, fine. Now this is pod racing.
Look out.
Hooray. So that seems like about the best we can do in terms of maximizing Robin's experience and getting Crom to level 3. Because now we can just drop Leary in here and... Well, I suppose technically it's best if we do something like this. How do you not have 100% hit? That's so sad. I guess your rapier has 100% hit. YOLO. Okay. So that's about the outcome we'd like to see. Good level. Just, I would hope to make the final half of that with all the kiting a bit more efficient, but I think overall it was pretty well done. So that was the case where we have the fighter south of that archer when he attacks Virion, and therefore we're able to take him out first. And if we do something similar with this situation where the archer's ahead of everyone else, then we just have to deal with 3 fighters after the archer, and I think we can manage that as well. So have we really done what I was setting out to do? I think not quite, but we got that position. Let me see if I can pull up the state. Where was it? Like here? Next one? Next one after that? Yeah. Where the archer goes and attacks Lissa, and then all the fighters follow behind and they form that 1 square formation. And I think from here we have a pretty good grasp on what to do. I mean, after that we send Sully south and we send everyone else west, which I think was this spot. Yeah, so everyone else went west, and then we're using Sully to bait the archer downward. And from there it seems like we have a pretty good grasp on what to do. It can change a little bit depending on where the fighters all go. But overall, this seems like the key position, and then we just need to work out what happens from here exactly. And I think that's a really good starting point. So, I don't know if you guys had fun. I've had fun. Where was my last... Oh yeah, that was the enemy. It was a couple turns before. Did I save or not? I forgot. Maybe I didn't. I did save. Okay. I guess we can take a peek at Chapter 2. I'm not really planning to do it, but let me go look at what happens there. Also, I'm curious about where my supports ended up. Support. Crom and Robin. Wait, what did Robin get? Robin got Crom and Lissa, but not Fred. Interesting. Is that a problem? I assume Fred get Virion? Yes, that's good. I do really like the fact that we got Robin and Lissa's C support, because that means Lissa can get Robin an extra point of magic, which might be helpful. Also, Robin getting to magic 10 means he can give Lissa an extra point of magic too. Ooh. So he would actually give Lissa 3 now, I think. 1 from Tactician, plus 1 from the C support, plus 1 from having 10 magic. She's got 5 yet rescue range already. Yeah, as Critic is saying right now, there's a degree of RNG in how the map starts. I think right now I'd be happy just saying avoid having the boss go east, because it's pretty rare and it's relatively easy to reset for really quickly. It's all that other stuff with the fighters going in the wrong spot that's kind of troublesome, especially the one where the archer was going north and we realized that was making the northern fighter do funky things. That seemed like a real problem, and I think we've headed that off, so that's good. The wrong enemies have the wrong skills. The game enters pure nightmare territory. The thing is, we didn't really care about any of the enemy skills on that map. Like, they could have affected what we were doing, but we were always setting up in ways so that we would survive, even if they had Luna Plus, and even if they had like Vantage Plus when we had to attack on player phase and all that stuff. That map, I think, is a lot less enemy skill dependent than most others. It's just that they all Zerg rush you, and it's really hard to stop that. Aggro, you think the common sentiment expressed with this mode is just a misleading way of saying that it involves effort most people won't want to bother with? It's true to a degree that, like, I actually think if you're an expert Fire Emblem player, that Lunatic Plus is one of the most interesting and engaging ways they've ever attempted a top difficulty. It is really hard. And there are some things about it that are really frustrating. I wish there were certain things they had done to make the early game a little bit smoother. Because like the difficulty is incredibly high at the very beginning and starts to fall off after you get past about, well, depending on how much of the resources you're using, either after chapter 3, that's when you get the bonus box, I think, or after chapter 4 when can you do spot pass shops after chapter 3? I don't remember. But yeah, getting through the very first few chapters when you don't have access to any of that stuff is a tremendous challenge. And even if you're not breaking into the bonus resources you can get from DLC or spot pass or anything, or like high levels of renown, the enemies don't get a lot stronger for a while. They kind of plateau in terms of strength from about this chapter till chapter 9. I was mentioning earlier in the stream that if you get to about 16 or 17 speed, you can double just about everything in the first third of the game. And this is where the like regular enemies are hitting that point. They're like 11 speed or 10 speed on the barbarians, but they don't really get much faster than this. There's some mercenaries who are a little bit faster. We'll see some myrmidons later, but yeah, 17-ish speed is a really good benchmark, and that's one of the things we'd be shooting for with people like Fred and Robin and Crom. It's difficult in a way you don't find very fun, Critic. Well, that's what I'm trying to work on here. Is I think the unfun part of Lunatic Plus is that by far the easiest way to handle it is to play Awakening in a like just embrace the Juggernaut style, and I think that's a problem with Awakening more than it's a problem with the way Lunatic Plus is designed per se. But it's true that the simplest solution to Lunatic Plus in the long run is basically just embracing the jank that is Awakening's experience systems and all of its other combat systems. Anyhow, in chapter 3, the really hard part is, again, you've got this group of enemies in front of you who will all rush you. The ones beyond the bridge, wait, I don't remember. These two come after you, but the ones over on this side don't. So you got like 8 or 9 enemies that are all, again, rushing after you, just like in the last map. But you have even less room to maneuver, and they're closer to you to start. The one thing you really have going for you is you have this mountain on the left side that is difficult for them to traverse, and it's a little bit easier for you because you can use pair up and they can't. So the basic goal to solve this map is to take out a couple of key enemies like right beside the mountain very quickly, and then after that, as these other enemies come after you, just kite them around the mountain and use the choke points around here or the one tile choke point here to your advantage. Okay. I think this is... I have to check other notes here. I don't have my own notes for much of chapter 3. In fact, I don't even have them pulled up in this file right now. I think the way you have to do this, like, I don't have a really strong Robin. I didn't level him up a bunch in Prologue. I didn't pick plus speed. I don't have the things that make Robin especially potent on this map. And so if I were to try to do some of this quote-unquote standard things to do in this mission, I don't think they'll work. Like, I'm just looking at KTT's strat for chapter 2 right now. I'll just follow it along turn by turn. If I pair Virion into Robin, go 2 below the Merc, swap to Virion, shoot the Merc. I guess I'll disable Robin's equipment for a second. And then I have Fred kill the Merc. Lissa southwest of Virion. From left of Virion, take Robin. The idea here is, okay, Robin's supposed to double this Barbarian in 1 round with a... or not 1 round necessarily, but basically deal at least 23 damage total. And I can't do that without a crit. Even if Crom dual strikes, I miss anyway. But the point is, you're supposed to pair Vacant to Stall and have Stall take the kill. But I can't get there because my Robin isn't good enough. So that's the next challenge, really, is how do we get through this map with a Robin who isn't totally cracked on speed. And it is doable. I do know of techniques that we can use to break this down. And once we get the Barbarian out of there and the Mercenary, and we deal with this soldier, basically we just do what I outlined, where you kite around the mountain. And then there's another technique where you can take advantage of the water to lure the enemies on the far side of the river one way or another and separate them from each other and pick them off one by one. But that'll have to be a problem for another day. I do not want to get too deep into this right now. It's been a long stream already. So hope you guys enjoyed what you saw today. I think it's been interesting. I learned a bit about what to do in chapter 1. I feel like I have a much stronger grasp about what's going on in that chapter and what I might do eventually to come up with a really concrete method for beating that chapter. And yeah, maybe someday I will be able to do a general guide on how to get through the early game in Lunatic Plus, but that'll be off in the future. Just wanted to do this as a fun little exercise and show you guys some of the thought process that goes into stuff like this. I am planning to return on the streams to Xenoblade 3. I might do one later this week to make up for the fact that I didn't do it tonight. Still not sure about that though, because I also need to finish writing the Conquest Let's Play episode, which I hopefully will finish this week as well. That might not come back till next Tuesday. But regardless, thanks for watching. I really appreciate it. For those of you who came back here for the Fire Emblem content, glad to have you. Hope you do check out the Xenoblade 3 streams, because I think they're really fun. I'm bringing a lot of the same kind of like optimization stuff that I like doing in Conquest to that. So I think you might be interested, even if you hadn't been clicking on those streams before. But regardless, there will be more Fire Emblem content in the future, and hope you guys check out whatever else is on the channel. You don't want to spoil yourself for Rosy Rock, that's fine. I understand. You should play those games though, they're good. Okay, so thanks for watching everyone. Have a good night. I'll see you next time.